Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Or good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Lynn Nesbitt, and I'm chairing today's panel. Joining me via Zoom are Clay Purvis and Richard Whitbread. Our assessor today is Svetlana Shabel, and our administrative personnel is Zachary Mohan. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision.
Sure.
Hmm?
Yep, we're still good.
The Board of Revision is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I'll confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1 through 7 on our docket today. Mr. Mohan, please affirm the assessor's and applicant's testimony.
Of course, Madam Chair. Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
My name is Svetlana Shabel.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Grayson Sharples.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Ms. Shabel and Mr. Sharps. So we will begin at the top of our agenda with item number 1, 394 Graham Avenue. Ms. Shabel, when you're ready, you may begin with your evidence, please.
We have preliminary issue here under appeal classification elaborative taxation.
1 moment, please.
I
I think it's been.
think they've been withdrawn, Madam Assessor.
It's been, the appeal to liability and classification have been withdrawn for all items on the agenda today. So we're only dealing with assessed value.
Mhm.
Okay,
Good. You have file number 24-760, roll number 12093618500. Location is 394 Graham Avenue. Owner is 5882584 Manitoba Limited. Roll number 2025 assessed years with reference date April 1st, 2023. We did assess subject property at 3 million. $79,000. The subject property is office building, original built in 1948, discontinued building in 1999. It has two buildings. So it started 48. So our effective years built 1960, 1999. A land area of subject site 12,099 square feet. Plan area 5,601 square feet. We have basement area of 6,096 square feet. So gross floor area 17,720 square feet. We assess leasable area 13,947 square feet. The subject property located in downtown neighborhood 161 South Portridge. So our recommendation to confirm 2025 assessed value of $3,079,000. On page number 2, we can see the subject property was sold in 2009 for $1.6 million. On same page number 2, we see the subject property gross lease. It's according to income expense mailer at $20.53. On page number 3, the subject property located in downtown. We can see more photo of page number 3. It's a rectangle shape of land, 2-floor building. On page number 4, more photo of subject property, street view. The subject property on page number 5 has zoning M, multiple use section, intent to encourage a range of uses, sites, activities, and building types to diverse, vibrant, central business districts. The building form is also diverse, ranging from high-rise tower at Portridge in Maine to more intimate scale building along Graham Avenue. Urban design review is intent to enhance pedestrian comfort, encourage high building quality form. On page number 6, started subject property market.com. So we assess 13,947 square feet. It's overall $15.21. On page 6 on bottom, I have presented 8 comparables. You can see everyone located same neighborhood like subject property 161 South Portridge neighborhood. Built area old building between 1907 to 1985. I presented one story on 155 4th Street and 2 stories building, rest of them. So leases started prior to reference date 2027. I have one lease on 387 Broadway, started 1999, just prior to reference date, but ended January 2023, 9,100 square feet, rent and $18.24. Let's go first by first. Main 155 4th Street, 200 Union, built in 1928, lease in 2021 for around 4.6 thousand square feet at $14 per square foot. Second comparable, 268 4th Street, rent started in 2022. For 5 years, it's around 7,000 square feet at $11.36. But this building was original built 1928 for both comparables. So it's old building. This rent comparable should be upward adjustment. Third comparable, 250 York Avenue, built in 1949. It's like the same time when subject property was built. I have old lease in 2007. for 3.5 thousand square feet at $16.43. This lead should be upward adjustment for time. 2007 prior to reference date 2023. It's 5 years upward adjustment. I showed a lease on Broadway, 387 Broadway. It's built in 1936. It's very old lease for 24 years. For 9,100 square feet and $18.24. My comparable number 5, 407 Graham Avenue, built in 1947, similar like subject property. Lease in 2020 for 6 years for 1,206 square feet at $27.65. We have comparable number 6, 183 Kennedy Street, 200. It showed on second floor lease for 6,200 square feet, rent for $14.52. And usually a 2-floor building doesn't have any elevator. That's why second floor usually rent less as main floor. I have a comparable number 7, 143 Smith Street. It's building 9007. It's very old building, over 100 years old. This lease for basement. Lease started in LL's basement. Lease started in 2022 for 5 years at 3,410 square feet at $11 per square foot. So it's comparable for basement, $11 per square foot. Another lease on same building, 143 Smith, units 200. It's on second floor. Leased in 2021, 4,174 square feet at $15.81. So my comparables for main floor, second floor, and basement overall rent for $16.30 average or median $15.70. We assess subject property at $15.21. So it gives us potential rent around 212,000. We apply vacancy loss for this type of building, 11%. Expenses not recoverable, 3%, and a shortfall at $8 per square foot. It's for vacant space. So it gives us net operating income, 170,878. We did apply capitalization rate 5.55%. Let's open page 8, where we have summary table for capitalization rate. We can see that downtown offices, 80 percentile to 60% of downtown properties, capitalization rate between 5.9 to 7%. It's our database showed. Collier showed downtown between 6 to 7%. CBRE showed 6.5 to 8%. And Cushman and Wakefield showed 5.25 to 8.25 for all downtown offices. For subject property, we apply its model generated 5.55%. It gives estimated value of $3,079,000. Let's look what I submit more. On page number 10, have presented income expense mailer provided to us prior to reference day May 4, 2023. Where I estimate that a lease over $20 per square foot. On page number 12, air photo and street view of my subject of my comparables. On page number 12, 155 4th Street. On page number 13, 268 4th Street. two-floor building, like subject property. On page number 14, two-floor building. On page 14, we have, it's 250 Yorks Avenue. Another comparables on page 14, 387 Broadway. It's two-floor building, street view on page 15. On same page, I have comparable 407 Graham Avenue. You can see two-floor building, very similar to the subject property. On page number 15, 183 Kennedy Street, two-floor building, like subject property. On page 17, I have another comparable, 143 Smith Street, two-floor building. And more photo of these comparables on page 18. So, according to evidence presented in this brief, I ask to confirm the 2025 assessed value of $3,079,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Sharples, do you have questions for the assessor?
Just a few. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just on page 2, we have the subject property. So you would agree that these are gross leases and not net rental rates per square foot?
Yes, that's why I write down the gross lease at $20.53, and we assess around $15. It's net lease.
Okay. My next question is on page 6 with the rent comparables. So you talked about the comparable number 7, which is the basement space. That lease was signed at $11 a square foot. You would agree that this is below the assessed rent for the basement space?
I presented all together main, second floor, and basement, because in my case, we have leasable basement, second and main floor, so to show it overall. My overall showed $15.21, and all these mixed 8 comparables for all similar different space showed $16.30.
Okay. I guess, and then comparable number 5 at 407 Graham Ave. This is, I would call this an outlier. It's quite a bit higher.
Yes, and
per
it's
square foot
only
basis.
1.2 thousand square feet. Rent for $27.65, yes. But it shows that it's similar building, two-floor building built in 1947, subject property start to build 1948. So it showed that $27.65, yes, it's outlier, but it showed that rent, it's valuable. We have demand for downtown office space for this type of property, two-floor building.
Okay, have you calculated the average and median rental rate without that outlier?
No, but you can see because it's range between $11. If you take outlier out, it will be $18.30. So our assessment on $50.21, it's fair.
Okay. And just looking at the capitalization rates on page 8, I'm just looking at the downtown B quality for office. The city of Winnipeg, 20th and 80th percentiles, both 7%. The assessed cap rate is 5.55%. Would you not agree that this is pretty far outside the range?
On page number 8, it's showed 16% of property. 16. It's outside 16%, and model generate 5.55%. Because all this 18, what we showed 16 percentiles, 16%, but it's a statistical analysis, all sales across the city, crunched by computer system and give us this range of capitalization rates for this specific property, 5.55%.
Okay. And even, I mean, this, I guess, does the city of Winnipeg classify office properties by quality?
We have different option how we set up property. This property set up like downtown office. And my comparable showed that it's how
Do you think-
model pick. Okay.
Do you think the property would be classified as AA, A, or B if you had to put a
No,
quality?
it's not part of assessment. We're looking for value of subject property. How we qualify, it's up to us to make model working.
Okay, so
This property office building, downtown office building. And this category, if you put on page number 6, it's office under 4-story. If it will be over 4-story, it will be different classification.
okay.
And we apply for similar building this type of C, of S, so it's fair across the city.
Okay. You would say it's fair even though it's below the 20th percentile cap rate for AA quality downtown office buildings?
It's a statistical estimated cap rate. In our table number 8, we showed only 60% up. Well, but we still have another 40%, so it's inside 40%.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharples. Mr. Purvis, do you have questions for the assessor?
Yeah, I just want to follow up a bit on this cap rate calculation. I'm not really following why we're deviating from the tables the way we are. I know you said something about comparable sales. I'm not seeing them.
If you look on page number 8, we have table.
Yeah, I see those tables.
And we show 20 percentile and 80 percentile.
Yes.
So in this table showed only 60% of property, which a capitalization rate, but we still have another 40%. It's going to be less or higher than in this table. But everything was crunched by statistical system by analyzing all sales across the city.
So we're using citywide sales data to come up with a cap rate for downtown office property.
For this specific subject property. If you look on first paragraph.
So I guess my
top
question
this-
is why are you doing that? Why aren't we just using the tables?
Just,
downtown.
Just to show what our 60% according to Polar, CBRE, and Cushman-Wakefield. So, and we still in line inside their estimation.
Okay, now maybe I have misunderstand statistics math. 20th percentile would be if there's 100 properties, the 20th percentile would be the 20 most valuable properties.
We showed
The top
60%.
20, right? And then the 80th is the bottom 20.
Yes.
So you're proposing a graph that I'm not
It's
sure.
like Bell.
Yeah.
When you put all statistical capitalization rate estimated by the program, it's Bell. And we showed only 60% on top of Bell in this table.
So the middle of the downtown B buildings would be more valuable than the top or bottom.
Yes. They will be have between 5.9 and 7% downtown. Is top of 60% of the properties.
Yeah, but the 5.9 is AA. So like that we're talking 360 Main Street. We're talking the Hydro building, AA properties.
Yeah.
Right. Like those are the premium office buildings. And
premium 6.5. You can see AAA. It's not North True Square. It's AAA, its new designation appears in Cushman-Wakefield, so we show two. So it's our Hargrave and Graham, you notice new complex. It showed 5.9%. But altogether for downtown, not less than 7%, our showed statistic data.
Right. Okay, that's my question. I still don't understand the answer, but you've answered it now twice, so I don't know what else I can ask you to.
We can just read together first paragraph on top of this page of table, how it was created.
No, I understand it. I'm questioning how you come up with a cap rate that's
It's
lower.
not I came to a 5.55. It's a model generated this cap rate for this specific subject property.
So who programs the model?
Model. We have model.
Who programs that though? I mean, when you're creating a model in a computer program, someone sets the parameters and the numbers.
It's our job to do it. And we in this model we put all information provided to us by customer owners. If you see on page number, we request every year's income expenses mailer provided to us. Example on page 10, 11, all this number with like our data we put inside program.
Okay, and I've got a couple of questions now. I'm going to move on to your comps. 250 York, which is it's a Robin's Donuts on the main floor.
Yes.
Okay. Were you doing the comp based on the whole building, main floor and second floor? Or
No, I
the
just
space?
look for specific lease closest to reference date.
Okay, so but were we looking at the second floor office space or the whole building? I understand this building's got a restaurant as well, so it's not, but I'm just.
Yes, it's a restaurant today, yes.
Yeah, and then the
It's,
second
if
floor,
you
is the
put-
second floor leased at 250 York?
It's a whole building, it's look like rented for this amount in 2017.
Okay, because I'll be honest, until you had these comps, I'd never even noticed that there was a second floor at that Robin's Donuts, right? So I wasn't aware that there was a second floor to be rented. And then also the space that was identified, it's sort of that big outlier already, 407 Graham. Do
It's
we know?
actual lease, what I found.
Okay, that's an actual lease that was there. Is
Yes.
it an owner? Is the company holding the lease also the owner of the building?
No, it's rented from the owner. It's net lease at $27.65.
Okay, but are the two companies separate?
Separate.
Like so.
So I look in income expense mailer for all my comparables. I'm confident it's net lease.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Purvis. Mr. Whitbread, do you have questions for the assessor?
Yes, I'm going to come back to page 8 as well. The table, Ms. Schabel. So I understand that you can go below or above the rates applied in the chart. That's clear to me. Is this the pure model rate, the 5.55? Is that generated by the model, or did you make an adjustment?
It generated by the model.
Okay. The model would not be able to tell you, would it, if there was a factor that affected this rate and took it below the chart?
No, I don't have answer for this.
No? Okay. Let's go back then to rent comparables on page 6. Now, I understand the way the model works. It does a survey of all the sales and it provides them as part of the model. But you only have 8 sales here.
It's not sales. It's not sales. It's not sales. At rent.
Yes.
At existing net leases.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
started date and how much they.
Yes, but it takes many rents, doesn't it?
Yes, I just showed 8 of them.
How
But,
did,
okay,
did you pick those 8?
yes, and because I selected specific for neighborhood. What I was looking, old building, 2-floor building, and the same neighborhood like subject property.
Okay,
You can see that neighborhood 161 like subject property on Soul Portridge,
yes.
and all building old like subject property. I have much older building on Smith, 1907 or 1928. But
I
subject property start to build 1948. So it's typical how much they rent for.
So if I can ask you this, the building's effective date is 1960 to 1999.
Mhm.
That would suggest there have been improvements. Is that correct?
Yes, otherwise it would be already demolished.
Sure. So the year built in your page 6,
Mhm.
1928, 28, 49, etc. Is that the effective date or is that the actual date built?
It's actual date built.
Okay, so if I can ask you, why would you select buildings built 70 years before the effective date?
Because I was looking for similar building and same neighborhood.
Mhm.
If they will destroy this building and build something new, it will be much better condition, better heating system, cooling system, you know this stuff. It will be rent much higher.
Okay, thank you. I understand, I think, what you did. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shabel, I do have a question about your subject leases on page 2.
Mhm.
You do have at the very top here, subject property gross leases at 23.53 per square foot. Is that an overall number?
Yes, overall number.
Okay, and then in your table,
Mhm.
you have, I'm assuming you did some calculations and turned that gross lease into a net rent, correct?
Oh, just you can cross net rent because it's not net rent, it's gross rent. Sorry, it's my mistake.
Okay,
That's
so
why
these,
specific posted gross leases at $20.53.
okay, so this is a gross lease.
Completely
Okay.
gross lease, yes.
Okay. And all right, well, that clarifies that for me. Thank you. I was looking at your net or these rents compared to your model to see if how they jived, and
Mhm.
some were more and some were less. And I noticed that there's one, I think it's a basement one, that had your net, what I thought was a net rent of $40, and your model's showing $13.54. So your $13.54 though would be a modeled net rent, correct?
It's in model net rent. That's why I showed overall $15.21.
Okay, versus a $20 gross rent.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Now, I'm gonna go back to just the categorization of this property. You have it as an OFS, office under 4 stories.
Downtown.
So
Mhm.
what does OFS mean compared to an OFB?
If a property less as 4-story in
Okay.
downtown, we posted them OFS.
Okay, so
It just
it's,
make model work. If it will be high-rise building, it's
okay,
an old building, it will be D.
so
So
when I
just-
look at your chart on page 8, then the downtown B, OFB, is more than 4 stories.
We don't have dividing by number of stories, just free column, free line and office showed downtown. So I just bracket how much downtown offices capitalization rate. It showed between 5.9 and 7. It
Yes,
just bracket, we don't divide. We don't have a CD, we don't have this, like Polar, CBRE, and Cushman. We just try to show what outside sources showed, these companies, and what
Okay.
our database showed.
so the city's model then for offices ranges from 5.9 at the low end to 7 at the high end,
Yes, for 60% of
or
property.
60%, and some are
But we
lower
have
and some are
20,
higher.
both sides still.
Right, because of the bell curve, I understand the
Mhm.
bell curve. And so the only reason then you break it down this way is so that you can line it up with Colliers, CBRE, and Cushman?
Correct.
Okay, okay, that's the first time somebody has explained it that way, so thank you for that. Okay, I think that's all my questions for you. Thank you, Ms. Shavel. Mr. Grayson, then, on to your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just begin on page 5 of our submission. The pages before that, we just kind of have the current assessment, property descriptions, and I don't think we need to go over that again. So on page 5, we have our request. So we are requesting a slight decrease in the potential income. And then we are requesting a capitalization rate of 7.5%. And from this, we've calculated our new value, and we would ask the board to consider reducing the assessment value to $2,019,000. Page 6, we have the assessment map and a satellite image. And then some street view photos of the property on page 7. So we begin our valuation on page 8. We've taken a look at the capitalization rate first. So we believe that this property has been assessed with a below market cap rate. So leading commercial real estate firms like Colliers and Cushman have determined that cap rates for downtown office B-class properties ranged from 6.25 to 8.5 as of the valuation date of April 1st, 2023. And so we have included these reports. So if everyone could just turn to page 31. So this is from Cushman. We see at the top the first quarter of 2023, their cap rate survey report. Winnipeg is right in the middle there, and we see the rates they've included. So for downtown B quality office properties, they're reporting cap rates ranging from 7.5 to 8.5%. A quality downtown, they have it at 6.5 to 7.5, and the AA properties they have at 5.25 to 5.75. On page 44, we have some information from Colliers. So again, we have downtown Class A, they have from 6 to 7%, and Class B, they have from 6.25 to 7%. And so based on all this, it looks to us that the assessed cap rate of 5.55 is too low. It is below the lower bound from what's being reported by these third-party market providers. Now, I'll just jump back to page 8 of our submission, continuing on with our valuation. So we believe that the cap rate applied by the assessment department is more appropriate for bigger state-of-the-art, high-end downtown office properties with more amenities. As noted, some kind of like 242 Hargrave or one of these nicer office buildings. We've also included a chart at the bottom here that's just showing the Bank of Canada overnight interest rate changes And we see that from the previous year's assessment reference date, that'd be April 1st, 2021, and the current date of April 1st, 2023, these rates have risen quite a bit. And we would expect that with increasing interest rate changes, that we would have higher capitalization rates as well. And so again, on page 9, we've just included our calculation with what we believe to be a more appropriate cap rate of 7.5. And so on page 10, we've taken a look at the income here. So the assessed potential income is just over 212,000. And so as noted, that equated to $15.21 per square foot. We do have the income mailer on page 79 of our brief. It does show that these are all gross leases. And so we believe that since these are all gross leases, that the assessed income is inaccurate. And so we know that the basement isn't able to achieve the same rental rates as the above ground space. And so we've determined that an appropriate rate to use would be $13.60 per square foot. And that's how we've arrived at our gross income value of $189,626. And so we've pulled a few comparable leases below that do support the $13.60 per square foot. So the first one we've identified here is Unit 101 at 180 King Street. It's just under 6,000 square feet, signed in 2018 for $10 a square foot. We've got Unit 108 at 305 Broadway. This was signed in 2020 at $15 a square foot. 207 at 5 Donald Street. This is a smaller space, but it was signed for $14.01. And then we've got 414 Graham Ave and Unit 313 at 260 St. Mary's Ave, both signed for $14 a square foot. So from this, we get an average of $13.40 per square foot and a median of $14 per square foot. So we do believe that this shows that the assessed rental rate was a little bit too high, and we believe that the $13.60 is reasonable. And I'll take everyone briefly to the income and expense mailer on page 79. And so we can just see on this that they have not checked off the box for net lease. These are gross leases. And so moving back just to page 11, sorry for jumping around all over the place here. We've taken a look at some sales. So the assessed value turns out to be about $221 per square foot. It is our position, and based on the value that we've requested, that it should be closer to $144.77 per square foot. And this is supported by the sales we see in here. So again, we've identified some sales that range in value all the way from $66 per square foot up to $165 per square foot. And we get an average here of about $125 per square foot. And of these sales, we believe our best comparable is the second one here at 208 Edmonton Street. It is fairly close in terms of year of construction, 3 years apart, very similar in size as well. So the subject is just under 14,000 square feet. 208 Edmonton Street is 14,400 square feet. It's also the most recent transaction, having gone through in July of 2022. And so this building sold for $2,050,000, which equates to about $142 per square foot. And this does align closely with our requested assessment of $145 per square foot. So on page 12, just to summarize, we are requesting that the potential income be reduced. And this is based off the rental rate of $13.60 per square foot. And then we are requesting that the capitalization rate be increased from 5.55% to 7.5%. And from this, we've calculated a value of $2,019,000. And we would ask the board to consider reducing it to this value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shable, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, please. Let's open page 10 of your brief.
Yep.
Do you know what floor building your comparables? 280 King Street, what floor building?
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
Do you know how many floor property you pick up lease from?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Story. Because I know 5 Donald, it's 5 floor buildings. Do you have any comparable for basement? You have for second floor. Do you have some restaurant rent?
No, I don't believe we do. So I don't know if we have a snippet of it in here, but on the assessment breakdowns that we receive, we don't see the allocation between space type. So we weren't aware that part of the building was basement. We didn't realize that part of it was the restaurant. So we just looked at the overall building area of just under 14,000.
And would you agree that your comparables, if effective reference years 2023, so leases from 2019-20 should be upward adjustment for time, at least 4 or 5 years?
I suppose, I mean, this is the information we have available. But no, we didn't time adjust any of these.
So if you didn't do any adjustment prior to reference years, so this lease rent rate you take can be low and would be underestimate subject property, correct?
It could be, I guess. I don't know if did you guys adjust your leases?
Correct.
No, we did not time adjust any of these.
Let's open page 11. You showed sales, it's direct comparison approach. So Edmonton, yes, very close area of 14,400. Would you agree when we estimate sale price per square foot, we apply gross floor area of building?
Yeah, so our sales we get from the Johnson report. So these would have been building areas
if you
that were
apply
listed.
for our estimation on bottom of your page for 394 Graham Avenue, we should apply gross floor area of 70,720 square feet for your requested sale price, correct? So your estimation for subject property value will be much higher by correcting this mistake, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Could you please repeat that?
On page 11, you apply your estimated sale price per square foot by using your direct comparison approach of $145 per square foot. But you use leasable area, not gross area. You have to apply this for gross area of 17,720 square feet, correct?
Perhaps, I mean, the 145, that's just the value, that's our requested value divided by the square footage of 13,947. The 13,947 square feet is what is used in the income approach. That was the building area that was noted on the assessment document we received. And so that's what we used to analyze our comparable sales.
On page number 12, you apply 7.5% capitalization rate. But you already mentioned the Colliers for downtown offices showed between 6 and 7%. Why you want much higher?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit different between the
Much lower.
third-party
sorry.
providers. I mean, Cushman, as I mentioned, that was on page 31. They have it, I believe they had reported, yeah, they had reported 7.5% to 8.5% for B quality properties. So it's kind of on the lower end of what Cushman reported, the higher end of what Colliers reported. And it does fit within that range from third-party market providers.
So you didn't provide any evidence support your capitalization rate. You're just using outside sources, correct?
Yeah, we're looking at what's been reported by the third-party market providers, and yeah, the 5.5 just seemed too low, and so that's where we look to see what the cap rates should be and what they should range from.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitfield, do you have questions for the applicant?
You mean Mr. Whitbread?
Pardon me?
I said, you mean Mr. Whitbread?
Whitbread. That's
No.
exactly what I meant. My apologies.
No worries. No, I'm gonna leave it alone for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Purvis?
Just a couple of questions. Heard a lot of talk about the basements of this property. Is the basement leased?
I'm not entirely sure. I know the leasable area that they reported is below the gross leasable area.
Like I'm looking back at Ms. Scheibel's report just because the tables are easier to read on hers on page 2 versus the one that's in your report. It's the handwritten one from your client, so it's a little blurrier. And I'm seeing there's it looks like main floor leases. There's 5 of them. Medical, retail, kind of. There's a restaurant and Pinnacle Staffing. I don't see anything in the basement, but is the basement leasable? Is it for lease?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I'm not sure what's going on with the basement space here.
Okay. And those leases that are disclosed by you and then again relied upon by the city, those leases are all still current leases. They were all, and as of April 1st, they were.
Are you referring to the ones within the subject property or the ones?
Yeah, within the subject property. So there's Pinnacle Staffing has what appears to be like their main office, I guess. They've got the whole 2nd floor, and Pinnacle Staffing has space on the 1st floor. And then there's Elite Meadowwood, something, Central Optical, Europa Eyewear, Shawarma Con.
Yeah, so these are still current.
These are the current leases.
Yeah, if you go to page 79 of our submission, they have filled it out. So
yeah, it's just I was
of
using the
these-
cities just because it's a bit easier to read.
Yeah, fair enough.
Screen, so but I had looked, it looked like they were all still like the information that Ms. Scheibel had sort of transcribed into the document all looked accurate to me, and then no one said it isn't. So I was just using it just because it's a little easier to look at. And then also on your comparables, sorry, I've got to scroll back up to them. Currently sitting on the Collier's report. Sorry. Where were they?
Page 10 or 11, depending on if
Yeah.
the leases or sales.
I'm looking at the leases. 305 Broadway. You've got, it looks like it's unit 108.
Yeah.
Do we know what kind of lease that was? What sort of a business are we looking at?
I'll see if I could pull it up quickly. Not sure entirely. It does look like there's financial planners in there and a dental office as well.
Okay, we don't know who unit 108 is unknown. And then I was also looking at 180 King Street. That's the other one that seems like a real outlier on your comparables for rents. Is that MMP's determination that that's downtown, or it's by my sort of view of the city, that's the Exchange District, which is sort of a different market than downtown.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'll be upfront. I wasn't the one who put this package together, but yeah, I mean, it is in close proximity to downtown, so I think we would have considered it to be reasonably comparable to downtown, given it's just a little bit north. But yeah, I'm guessing since we only had a handful of comparable leases, we've maybe kind of added this one in, even though it's just outside of downtown per se.
Because I mean, it's significantly lower than your other rent comparables, and it's also significantly lower than the comparables used by Ms. Scheibel.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It is lower than the other comparables.
Because I think, okay, that doesn't matter what building it is. I think it's the Mandarin building over by City Hall, but okay, that's my questions for you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharples, just for, because I'm not sure if I heard you clearly on your page 10 again, your comparable leases. None of these are in basement space?
Not to our knowledge, no.
Okay, so, so then how do you justify that reduction then if you're saying that the basement is assessed too high? So you're just relying on these comparables, correct? That's how you're coming up to that 1360?
Yeah, based on these comparables, and then yeah, just the fact that the actual leasing from the building was gross leases.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't know how much basement space there was or the assessed rate for the basement space versus the main floor space. We just had to assume, we just had to assess or value the entire thing.
Okay.
It was the same space type.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Summation, Ms. Scheibel?
Yes, please. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of market value. My opinion of market is supported by least comparable that very similar to the subject property. Old two-floor building. I have comparables for basement, main floor, second floor plus restaurant comparables. Agent has relied of number of comparables that outside downtown, to example, 5 Donald Street, or located far away from South Portridge neighborhood, like subject property. Also 5 free-floor buildings. Regarding to capitalization rate, the market evidence crunched by our statistic program by analyzing all sales across the city of Winnipeg showed for subject property 5.55%. The agent applied over 7.5% basing only on outside sources. However, a poller showed 6 to 7%. So this way he undervalued the subject property. My comparables very well support the subject property. Based on my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023, market value of subject property or 25 appeal years have 3,079,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharple's summation for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask the board to look at the capitalization rates here. The assessed cap rate of 5.55% is below the 20th percentile for all downtown office properties. We have downtown AA properties at 5.9%. The subject property should not have a cap rate below that of a downtown AA office building. So we would ask the board to consider that and consider reducing the value to $2,019,000.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 1. And just a point, that item took us an hour to complete. We have 6 more on the agenda. So I would ask you, if possible, please, to provide us a summary where it's appropriate to do that, rather than going through everything line by line. And yeah, if you could do that, hopefully we will be getting through this agenda today, but hopefully we can get through it a little more efficiently. Okay, item number 2, file number 24-764. Ms. Shavel, when you're ready, please.
Okay, file number 24-764, roll number is 130-960-64500. The subject property located on 871 Notre Dame Avenue. We assess 2025 years at reference date April 1st, 2003 at $1,491,000. The subject property office built in 1948 through 1949. Effective years built in our record 1974. The subject property located C2 community and neighborhood 105 West Alexander. We have land area 12,093 square feet. We have plan area of 6,545 square feet. We have basement and 2,618 square feet. So give us gross floor area of 2-floor building, 11,783 square feet. We assess leasable area of 9,145 square feet. The subject on page number 2, owner provide information about overall lease of subject property at $13.57. I divide net rent income by provided total leasable area. The subject property located, if on page 3, it's a red dot, it's north west of the city. If put city in 4 parts, it's a rectangle shape of land on page number 3. Air photos. Street view photos of two-floor building on page number 4. It's facing Notre Dame between Arlington Street and Tecumseh Street. It's located in C2 community zoning. This district intend to accommodate more intensive commercial sites that do not have a local or neighborhood orientation. This district intend to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreation, and service facilities needed to support surrounding neighborhood and broader community. On page number 6, we have assessed 2 spaces in this building. First space is office building of 4,605 square feet. We assessed at $13 overall, $13.75. I presented comparables on page number 6. 8 comparables on I have comparables on Pembina. 701 Pembina, they rent at $15 or $15.33 for 1.2 thousand square feet or 1.7 thousand square feet. Lease is 2021. Okay, you have to cross comparable number 2. It's post reference. It's lease approval. Just cross second comparables. I still have 7 to go. We have comparable number 3, 698 Caridon. I have first lease on 100 units. It's on main floor, building built in 1989. Lease in 2017 for around 2,000 square feet at $19. Another lease on second floor, units 205 in 2020. Around 1.5 thousand square feet and $15 per square foot. I have another list comparable number 5, 900 Caridon Avenue, building built in 1948, like subject property. Lease started in 2020 for 1.8 thousand square feet at $18.25. My comparable number 6 and Sherbrooke. 255 Sherbrooke lease started 2020 for 12,475 square feet and $14 per square foot. So if we apply this on lower square footage, it should be upward adjustment for smaller space. I have comparable 7 and 8 or on 5. 850 Pembina Highway, units A and B. Leases start in 2022. Both leases, one lease in 8,000, another 11.5 thousand at $15 per square foot. So my average $15.82 or media $15 per square foot. We assess subject office space at $13.75. It's fair. For office space suburban, we apply 6% vacancy, 3% not recoverable expenses, and $8 per square foot for empty space. For this type this space, model generates 6.95% capitalization rate. It gives an estimation value of office space $799,000. On page number 7, we have a storage warehouse area of similar area 4.5440 square feet. We assessed at $11.30 per square foot. Let's look on page 7 on bottom. I presented 10 comparables, similar warehouses, storage warehouses. And you can see that neighborhood, if subject property 105 West Alexander, I try to pick closest neighborhood or similar neighborhood. I have first 4 comparables on Arlington. They built between 1978 and 1980 buildings. Leases in 2022 to February 2023 between for comparables. They rent between $11 to $11.88 prior to reference date. Comparable number 3, very close to the subject property. Reference years. Comparable number 5, 702 Scotland Avenue. I have units A, B, C, D, so 3 comparables on Scotland. They showed his building built in 1962. Leases started between 2019 2020. Between if 3.2 thousand square feet at $13.21 and 1.4 thousand square feet and $15.50. So bigger space, less rent per square foot. Comparable number 8, 6080 Sargent Avenue, units 103, its main floor, built in 1962. Lease started 2018. It's for 3.16 thousand square feet at $12 per square foot. We have to upward adjustment for the age of lease 5 years prior to reference years. And I have comparable number 9688 Dufferin Avenue. It's industrial neighborhood, built in 1987. Lease started in 2022 for 1.9 thousand square feet and $19.21. In my last comparables, number 10 at 1214 Fire Street in Eastern Industrial. Lease start 2018 for 5.6 thousand square feet, around $14 per square foot. Yes, subject property, storage area, storage warehouse at $11.30 per square foot. It's fair. For storage warehouse, we usually apply 4% vacancy loss to be consistent across the city for all storage warehouses. Space, we apply 3% not recoverable expenses, 4% cost of empty space, vacant space, capitalization rate for T space, 6.8%, give us value of storage warehouse space, 6,900 to 2,000. On page number 8, summary. So we apply $12.53 across the whole building, give us potential rent 14,000 average, round 150,000. Vacancy loss, it will be 5.1%. We apply 3% not recoverable expenses. Its shortfall will be 6.25%. And overall capitalization rate, 6.88%, give us estimation of value of subject property, 1,491,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharples, do you have questions for the assessor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not too many. I guess just on page 7, looking at the warehouse rent comparables. You'd agree that those bottom 3 aren't very close to the subject property, right?
Bottom 3, very close to the subject property in same neighborhood, my first 4 on Arlington, because you can see subject property located 105 West Alexander, but I was showed also far away from subject neighborhood, but it's still suburban warehouses. And comparables on 8, 9, and 10 or Sargent Dufferin Weifel, it's already St. James Industrial, Dufferin Industrial, Eastern Industrial. So it's farther from the subject property, but they still rent between $12 to $19.81. And we apply for this space $11.30, that it's fair.
Okay. Um, that's all my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sharples. Mr. Purvis, do you have questions for the assessor?
I have a couple about some of your the comparables. First with the warehouse space comparables. I was looking at the pictures that you got for that building at 1042 and 1044 Arlington. That building looks like it was purpose-built to be a warehouse.
Yes,
And the building, the subject property was originally not built as a warehouse space. It's just,
we have two spaces, office space and warehouse space. It's not Dame. Usually in front office space and back warehouse space, like storage area.
but it's a bit more exchange district in that it was built for another purpose and it's been converted into these sort of.
No, it's was built original this way. No conversion happened.
Okay, like so in 1949, it was built with an office in the front, warehouse in the back.
Yes.
And then just with the office rent comparables, with the exception of your property 6, that's the one on Sherbrooke Street, how are these properties chosen? The Evie Wentworth and the Earl Grey neighborhoods, these seem, from my experience as a Winnipegger, as very different neighborhoods than the Notre Dame area with the subject properties in.
We have a different market. For example, 107, 106, it's a same market area. If you have 100, we have downtown 161, 170, and we have 200, for example, on page number 7, it will be already St. Jay's Industrial. So in my case, I choose 107, 106, 103. It's closest to the subject property. I didn't look for a new building, and I was look for building not more as 2 floor to be consistent with subject property building.
Yeah, it's a couple of single story, but they're mostly 2-story buildings.
Yes, 3 1-story.
Okay, and then the area of the subject property, were there no comparable in that area? Were there no other offices in that part?
Because usually it is type of building very small, owner occupied. So it's very difficult to find comparables. I
Okay.
was lucky to find this. That's why I showed, for example, 2 comparables or same building to show difference between main and second floor. Because usually in this building we have no elevator. In second floor without elevator, less for less.
And there is no elevator in this building, right?
No.
Surprised. So, like, I understand that the larger areas, like the zones. I'm still puzzled by using that sort of Corridon south of the Assiniboine neighborhood as a comparable to Notre Dame Health Science Center vicinity. I'd like to understand better why you made the choice.
That's why my comparable showed average $15 per square foot. We assess much less, $13.75, less as $14 per square foot. And you was asking about warehouse space. If you look on page number 4, it's very well distinguished. When we look out on top, facing Notre Dame, 2-floor building, and we have another 1-floor building facing back lane. It's storage area, like warehouse, not storage, warehouse area.
Yeah, there's like
we
two
different
buildings kind of shooting out the back.
Yes.
With like a little lane in between them, I get like.
Yes, that's why I show 2 set of comparables to be consistent, just to see how this space will rent for, how much. So it shows that our model generated $13.75 and $11.30. It's reasonable, it's fair.
Okay, that's my questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitred?
I just want to go back to your photograph on page 4. Yeah, that'll work. The top photo. Can you tell me what renovations were done to bring this up to an effective date of 1974 from 1948?
If we don't, if any renovation was not done by this time, this building would be demolished. Usually office space can be stay without any renovation 16 years roughly. So during years, I don't have this information, but renovation should be done. Some electrical. That's why we bring effective years to 74. So by 2023, it will be 26.
Do you think those 2 warehouses were added after 1948, or are they part of the original building?
Original building. Original building. Original.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. And I do not have questions at this point. So Mr. Sharples.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So once again, I'll just begin on page 5 to kind of keep this moving along. Here we have the current assessment on the left 2 columns and our request on the right. So this is broken down to the office and storage warehouse space. So we will be requesting a change in the office vacancy allowance from 6% to 13%. And some different capitalization rates. So we are requesting 8% cap for the office and 7% for the warehouse portion. And with these changes, we've calculated a new value of $1,028,000. And we would ask the board to consider reducing it to this value. Pages 6 and 7, we again just have photos of the subject property and some overhead mapping. And then once again, we begin our valuation on page 6 or page 8, sorry. And so here we've taken a look at the cap rate again. So again, we think that these cap rates are a little bit low. And again, looking at the downtown B-class office properties, they do range from 6.25 to 8.5 as of the valuation date. This subject property is very close to downtown Winnipeg. And so it's our position that this should be treated as if it were downtown. The warehouse portion, this is the same thing. So places like Colliers and Cushman, they're looking at rates from about 6 to 7% for industrial B-class properties. And once again, we have the Bank of Canada overnight rate chart. Again, these interest rates are increasing. We would expect higher cap rates as well. And so from all this, again, we're looking at a cap rate of 8% for office and 7% for the storage warehouse, which is just highlighted at the top of the table on page 9. At the bottom of the page, we start looking at vacancy. So it's been assessed with the vacancy rate of 6%. So the third-party market providers, so again, Colliers, CB, Cushman, they're reporting downtown office vacancy rates ranging from 14.9 to 18.7%. And then on page 10, we've taken a snippet. This is from the City of Winnipeg guidelines for the valuation of income-producing properties. And so this has been classified as suburban with the vacancy rate of 6%. This is all kind of highlighted in the table here. We believe it should be assessed as downtown, given the close proximity of the property to downtown. And so we've kind of shown that on the following pages. So page 11 is just the entire city map as it's broken out to market regions. This is for office and retail properties. So city center and number 4, it's yellow in the middle there. That would be what we consider to be downtown. And then on page 12 here, we just zoomed in on that area, I guess. And so the top of the page here, we see that the subject properties in West Alexander, in neighborhood code 105 there. So at the bottom of the page, we've just put in that red arrow to show where the property is. So this is still within the inner city market region, as noted at the top of the page. That's a snippet from the current assessment we've received. So it is inner city market region in West Alexander. This is just on the outskirts of this city center office market region, or what we would consider to be downtown. And so, like, given this proximity to downtown, we're requesting the 13% vacancy allowance that would be applied for downtown C-class properties. And so this is the rate. Just moving back to page 10, it is highlighted within that red box there, the office class C at 13%. Just moving ahead to page 13, we've also taken a look at some sales. And so the current assessment of this property is at $163 per square foot. In looking at these sales, we get an average and median closer to 126.5. So from this, we do believe that the current assessment is too high and should be closer to this $126 per square foot. In looking at this, we think our best comparables again are probably 325 Gary and 208 Edmonton. Especially 325 Gary. I would say this is a newer year of construction, but it is fairly close in size to the office portion. And that was at $126.58. So again, we just believe that based off these sales that the current assessment value is too high. And on page 14, we've taken a look at the rental rate for the office portion. So we've pulled a bunch of comparable leases. The current assessment was for $13.74 per square foot. We get an average and median of right around $12 a square foot for these. So that's what we've used for the office portion to calculate our value. And I would say a lot of these are in close proximity to the subject, aside from the first 3. The first 3 are a little further out, but the remaining leases are in pretty close proximity to the subject. And so from that, we've used a rental rate of $12 a square foot for the office portion. So again, summary on page 15, we have used the rental rate of $12 a square foot for the office portion. We're requesting that the vacancy be increased to 13%. This is based on the close proximity of the property to downtown. We believe it is more of a downtown property and should be assessed as such. And then we're requesting just a bump to the capitalization rates as mentioned. And so from that, we have calculated a value of $1,028,000, and we would ask the board to consider this value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shable, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, please. On page number 9, you did increase the vacancy to 13%, correct? You don't provide any evidence to support your number.
The number is on the following page, page 10. We just believe that because this is in proximity to downtown, we'd use the downtown Class C rate because this is an older property. It is partially warehouse. We believe that this would be a C quality office, and we think it should have the downtown C class rate of 13%.
But the subject property doesn't locate it in downtown, correct?
Correct. It is just outside of downtown.
You would agree that market for downtown offices and suburban offices behave different, correct?
Yeah, there would be a difference, but we think there's also a difference between a suburban property that would be 2 blocks outside of downtown versus one that would be on the outskirts of the city. And so we believe that this property is more similar to a downtown.
Let's open
property.
page 12. Downtown at region 4, we have neighborhood 161, 165, 64, 170, 171, correct? It's downtown neighborhood, correct?
Yeah, that's the city center market region. Yeah, those communities.
Go back to vacancy. Would you agree that subject property full occupied? And you still want 30%, correct?
Correct.
On page number 13, you estimate that a sale price per square foot for subject property should be $126.57, correct? On page 13.
Based on those sales, yeah.
Let's do some calculation. If we divide our assessed value 1,491,000, not gross floor area, 11,783 square feet, it gives us $126.54. So your evidence, direct comparison approach on page 13 very well support our assessed value, correct?
That could be correct. I would have to do the calculation. I mean, again, the note at the top of the page says 163.
Let's do together 1,491,000 divide 11,783 square feet.
Yeah, that looks to be correct.
Yeah, $126.54. It's your direct comparison very well support our assessment, correct?
Yeah, based on that, it looks like we made a mistake on our page 13 there. It was not $163 per square foot.
On page number 14, your comparables, three comparables on Dover Court, Sargent Border, it's suburban offices. Rest, it's downtown, correct?
Yeah, in close proximity to downtown.
So your comparable show between $11 to $13.50. So according our estimation, we assess it's $12.53. So your comparables, you have only 3 suburban office, suburban comparables, very well support assessment, rent of $12.53, correct?
This for the office portion, the office portion was assessed at $13.75 per square foot. So no, I would say based on these comparables, the office rate should be lower.
And where you have comparables for storage area, did you provide any storage warehouse comparables?
No, it doesn't look like we've done anything for the storage warehouse.
Moving to capitalization rate. you believe that storage space should be at $7, 7%. It's you use industrial property, correct?
Yeah, we looked at storage warehouse properties.
Yes, if you open my summary sheet on page number 9, industrial A and B, Collier showed 5.75 to 7%. And office space, you want $8 per square foot, but you didn't provide any evidence to support your number. Because Collier showed 6% to 7% for suburban offices. And Cushman and Wackfeld showed 6.25 to 7.75, and you still ate 8%.
Yeah, so we looked at the downtown rates again, because this property is so close to downtown. We felt that it should be treated as a downtown property. We think it's more similar to downtown than some of the suburban offices that, as mentioned, are not as central. So yeah, that was based off the downtown rates.
You would agree that your estimation by using downtown comparables, very high vacancy rate of 30% for full occupied building and very low capitalization rate is where you underestimate subject property. Would you agree?
No, I think we believe it should be classified as a downtown property with the 8% rate.
But we already agreed that downtown market and suburban market behave different.
Yeah, they're different again because the subject property.
No further questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Sorry, I'd like to hear the rest of the answer. It's not up to Ms. Scheibel to cut him off.
Sorry. Sorry.
I'd like to hear the rest of your answer, Mr. Sharples.
Go ahead, Mr. Sharples.
Yeah, thank you. I would just say this property is 2 blocks away from downtown. We think it's more similar to a downtown property than a suburban property. 2 blocks away from downtown is very different from a suburban office property on the outskirts of town. So yeah, we've looked at it as if it were downtown.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitbread, do you have questions for the applicant?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Purvis?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. I did have questions, but they've been asked already by the assessor, so I appreciate your answers for that. Ms. Scheibel, summary?
Yes, please. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence. It determines the best conclusion of the market value. My opinion of market is supported by lease comparable that very similar to subject property, office space and warehouse space, very close neighborhood. Agent rely on comparables that in downtown markets that behave completely different. The agent direct comparison approach very well support assessed value of subject property. It's $126.54 straight to average in media of agent brief. It shows that assessment of subject property is fair and should be confirmed based on all this evidence analysis. April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property for 2025 assessed years is $1,491,000 should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sharples?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just reference page 12 on our submission as I kind of speak to this. So I believe there's a bit of a gray area between what is classified as downtown. So the map here is kind of drawn borders around certain communities, and there's just kind of a gray area here. So the subject is noted on the assessment as being in the inner city market region. But then this would not count as the city center office market region. But this property is 2 blocks away from the city center office market region. So there's just a bit of a gray area around here, and this property is very close to downtown. And we believe that it should be treated more as a downtown property than a suburban one. And from that, we would ask the board to consider reducing the value to $1,028,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 2. Item number 3, file number 24-1035. Ms. Scheibel, when you're ready, please.
Yes, address 54 Adelaide Street, file number 24-1035, roll number 130-990-68925. We assess 2025 assessed years with reference date April 1st, 2003 at $849,000. The subject property office building has a 2-story building, original built in 1910. We posted effective years 1935. It's located same neighborhood, 105 West Alexander. Land area of 5,143 square feet. Land area 3,960 square feet. Same basement area, 3,960 square feet, give us gross floor area 11,880 square feet. We did assess 11,165 square feet. The subject property located on page number 2, red dot, located northwest of the city, part of the city. It has a regular shape of site on page number 3. We have a street view of building, 2-floor building with basement facing Adelaide Street. On page number 4, a location on map between, it's located between Notre Dame and McDermott. From north and south, and Hargrave and Adelaide of west and east. Subject property has zoning C character sector, intent on garage and compatible fine-grained mix of uses rather than a separation of use into diverse areas. The build form is key in this sector, ranging from the compact massing of the exchange district to the monumental Tandal stone building near the legislature building, with an engaging variety of building in structure at the forks. Urban design review is intended to reinforce the valued current building form, including enhanced pedestrian comfort. On page number 6, we assess 11,165 square feet at $7.03 overall. On page number 5, I presented comparables on close to the subject property. My best comparable Turin-free, it's same neighborhood like subject property. Let's look my comparables. One comparables 255 Sherbrooke building, rent was 2-story building, rent was in 2020 over 12,000 square feet at $14 per square foot. Comparable 2 and 3, 2 different units on Arlington Street, rented, it's warehouses area. You see it's from 2022, if 1,350 square feet rented $11, 800 square feet rented $13.50. I presented three comparables on Scotland. It's 106 Earl Grey neighborhood. It's in our data like houses, rent between 2019 2020, between $13.21 to $15.50. I presented one comparables on Earl Grey as well. 696 Caridon, units 205, second floor, rent 2020, around 1.5 thousand square feet at $15 per square foot. In my last comparables on 900 Caridon, old building built in 1948, rent in 2020, around 1.8 thousand square feet at $18.25. So my mean or average $14.31, in media $14 per square foot. We assessed the subject property at $7.03. It's fair, it's already a low range. We did apply 6% vacancy loss, like for all this type of building before 4-floor area, before it's office under 4-story to be consistent across the city. We apply 3% not recoverable expenses, $8 per square foot for vacant space. The model generated capitalization rate for this building 7.8%. That's 849,000 assessed value. So based on my evidence, I ask him to confirm the 2025 assessed value of 849,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharples, do you have questions for the assessor?
Just a few, thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the rent comparables on page 5. Why did you choose to use a handful of office and a handful of storage warehouse?
Because I was looking for this specific neighborhood, 105 West Alexander, how much this space rent for. It showed at least $14 per square foot.
Okay, and you just agree that most of these rent comparables are, the year built of these properties is quite a bit newer than the subject property?
Yes, that's why we assess at $7 per square foot. It's fair. It's much 50% less.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Purvis?
Again, just looking at your comparables, what neighborhood area is this building in? I can't find it in your.
On page number 1, neighborhood 105 West Alexander.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking for that. Okay, West Alexander. Okay, and again, I'm looking at comparables now that are Earl Grey and Corridon area.
Mhm.
What made you choose to use those comparables instead of comparables in, say, the Exchange District or the West Alexander neighborhood?
Because subject property, it's a 2-floor building. I was looking for 1 2-floor building, old building before 2000, and at least close to reference date maximum. And
Okay.
very close neighborhood, because 205, I choose 203 and 206. It's closest to the subject property.
You think those neighborhoods are closer than the Exchange District or a downtown neighborhood?
Correct.
Like, are we talking closer in
Because exchange
Harrison or closer in
neighborhood rent,
proximity?
exchange neighborhood, it's has different market, has different rents.
Well, I would suggest to you that Corridon has a very different market and rent than Adelaide.
In my case, I don't have too much choice. You can see just by neighborhood how I selected, filtered my comparables.
Sure, but you choose your comparables, correct?
Yes.
So
And
what
I
would make you
explain how we
choose?
choose.
Again, you live in this city. What would make you think that this neighborhood is comparable to Corridon?
Because this type of building, 11,000 square feet, most of the time owner occupied. Is old building, effective years built 1935. So I choose neighborhood, closest neighborhood. I choose old building, not more as 2-floor building like subject property, because a 3-5 floor building, it's different market, different rent inside. And also I choose lease closest to the subject property, reference date 2023. How I selected?
So you would only look at a 2-story building. A 3-story building to you would just be completely non-comparable.
Because in this area, I just look for this. I showed my selection, but my selection showed $14 per square foot. If I select something front, we assess $7 per square foot, 50% less. We cannot select.
Sure, but I would like to
less.
see numbers for the area around where this building is.
What I found.
Why didn't you choose comparable rents from comparable pre-war buildings? This is an interwar building. Built in the
Because
1930s.
I'm losing for lease existing lease prior to reference date. I didn't have another one.
Okay. Well, I'm not really getting an answer, but thank you for what you had to say. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread?
I have none, thank you.
Thank you. And I have none either. Mr. Sharples.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I'll just begin on page 5 of our submission. So for this one, we actually have no issue with the assessed rental rate. We are requesting that the vacancy allowance be increased to 11% and just a slight bump to the capitalization rate to 8%. And from this, we are requesting that the board consider reducing the value to $780,000. Pages 8 and 9, we again just have the assessment map, satellite imaging, and some photos from Street View. And page 8, once again, just the cap rate stuff. So it follows pretty similar methodology to the previous file. So again, we got the third party reports showing cap rates for downtown Class B properties are ranging from 6.25 to 8.5% as of the valuation date. And again, so we have this chart from the Bank of Canada that we would expect higher capitalization rates as interest rates continue to rise. Page 9, we just have our calculation again using the 8% capitalization rate that we believe to be appropriate. Again, this is based off the market reports, which are at the end of our submission. And so once again, this has been classified as a suburban office property with a vacancy rate of 6%. We don't believe that this property should be classified as suburban. Again, it's just on the outskirts of downtown. I believe it's more comparable to that. And so again, so these third-party providers for vacancy rates, they were reporting vacancy from 14.9% to 18.7% as of the reference date. And so again, this is from the City of Winnipeg guidelines for the valuation of income producing properties. And it has the vacancy rate for these peripheral downtown properties is 11%. It's kind of in the middle there, the Office S downtown, OFR at 11%. Based on this, we believe that an appropriate vacancy rate to use would be the 11%. And then again, kind of a similar snippet here. I think this is actually the map for parking lots. But the document in our our previous submission does have the office market region one. So again, this is pretty similar to that in that it's just a couple blocks away from the downtown office market region. And then on page 11, the location of this property is kind of rougher. So it is in the Exchange District, less desirable part of downtown with higher crime rates. And so this was taken from the Winnipeg Police Service. It does show crime statistics in the area by month. And so over the past year and a bit, we've seen a huge rise in this red line here is property crime. So property crime in the area has gone up quite a bit. And so for that reason, I mean, we believe that this would impact the type and quality of tenants it can bring in. We would expect insurance rates to be higher in areas with higher crime. We would expect higher operating costs, and just with the property being in a worse location, it would make this less attractive to any potential investors. So we do believe that this would impact the market value. We do believe that supports the capitalization rate of 8% because of the area. We would expect investors to need a higher rate of return, given it's in a rougher area. So to summarize on page 12 again, we would ask the board to consider that given the proximity of this subject to downtown, it is more comparable to a downtown office property than something on the outskirts of town. So we are requesting a vacancy allowance of 11% and just a slight increase to the cap rate from 7.80 to 8%. We believe this to be a reasonable bump just based on the rougher area and the increase in crime in the area. We believe that to be fair. And we would ask the board to consider reducing the value to $780,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shable, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, please. On page number 9, your estimation, you didn't provide any rent comparables evidence for subject property.
No, we have not. We haven't requested any change to the potential income or the rental rates, so we did not challenge that. No.
You would agree that subject property owner occupied,
Yes, it is.
so it's a 0 vacancy, correct?
Correct.
Capitalization rate, you didn't provide any evidence to support 8% per square capitalization rate.
We do have the market reports included in our appendix, and I apologize. Perhaps I should have mentioned that as I was going through these. We're just kind of leaving it out for the sake of time. But on page 22, again, we have the downtown office cap rates from Cushman Wakefield. Downtown office B quality at the bottom of the page. Winnipeg is on the far right. They have rates from 7.5% to 8.5% for cap rates, and so we've chosen the one in the middle, and I believe that's what the 8% was based primarily off of.
You would agree that downtown market and suburban market behave different?
Yeah, they do. I mean, downtown office space, it's higher capitalization rates. We acknowledge that. If you go to page 23 of our submission, we have the suburban ones. Suburban rates range from 6.75 to 7.75. Given the property is very close to downtown, it would make sense to be on the higher end of these suburban properties. And then with it also just being in a high crime area, the upper range for suburban properties at 7.75 with a quarter point for the additional crime in the area, we believe the 8% is reasonable.
You can, this Cushman-Wakefield capitalization rate, you can point on your page, or we can use our table on page number 7. It's up to you. You would agree that downtown offices capitalization rate by Cushman-Wakefield first quarter 2023 range between 5.25 to 8.25. It's downtown. Suburban office range between 6.25 to 7.75. Would you agree just Cushman-Wakefield distinguish downtown and suburban different capitalization range, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And suburban capitalization rate much lower that downtown 8.5 to suburban 7.75%, correct?
Correct.
And subject property suburban. So your 8% of capitalization rate underestimate subject property. Would you agree?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
So, but you still choose 8% capitalization rate, much higher than provided by Cushman-Wakefield, 7.75%, correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's much higher. Again, we do believe that it is in close proximity to downtown. So it should be on the upper range of the suburban or lower end of downtown perhaps, but I don't think we're too far off from the 7.75 to 8%. Again, especially with the increasing property related crimes in the area. It is a rougher area. I don't think we're out of line on it 8% at all.
No further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitbread, do you have questions for the applicant?
I have none, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Purvis?
I have a couple of questions, yes. I'm just looking at your report on page 10. I'll let you give you a second to get there. All right, I just scrolled right past it while I was doing that. It says here that the Assessment and Taxation Department's valuation guide discusses peripheral downtown properties. Have you attached a copy of that guide?
Yeah, we have. So the guide in its entirety ranges from page 56 through to the end of our submission.
Okay, that's from the city. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the City of Winnipeg's own document?
That is.
Okay. Also, so I guess it's from that document. I've got some questions about page 60. There's a map.
On page 60, sorry.
Sorry, of this, yeah, of your report. It's the City Assessment Taxation Guide, page 5, but sorry, page 61. Sorry, that's 70 or 79. It's a colored map, multifamily market regions.
Yes.
Now this is for multifamily. Is it the same map that's used for other commercial properties, like for office properties?
No, so the map for office properties is just a bit further down.
Further down?
Page 65 of our submission, we have the office and retail market.
Okay, sorry, yeah, that's the one I was looking for. Just looking at the key on this in the bottom right corner of the map.
Yep.
Where does it say downtown?
There isn't, so that's kind of where there's a bit of a gray area on these.
So the City of Winnipeg doesn't define what downtown is.
Correct.
And Cushman, Wakefield, and Colliers, there's no definition of downtown Winnipeg in those either.
Yeah, I don't believe so. I don't think there's a set boundary for downtown necessarily.
Okay.
The city just, yeah, they call it city center or
Sure.
city sometimes.
Yeah, then they've got, yeah, West Broadway, Wolsey, River Heights, Fork area, like they sort of break it down to some chunks here. And it's your position then that if I'm correct, that this property in question is, by your estimation, a downtown property.
Yeah, correct. I mean, it's very close to the borders for these market regions.
Okay. With downtown, again, to be clear, downtown isn't actually a term that's defined by the city of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department, or defined by Cushman with Wakefield and or by Colliers.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I'm less sure about Cushman and Colliers and how they classify it, but the city of Winnipeg would be based off this map, and yeah, it's that region is city center.
Yeah, it's not a defined term.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions, Mr. Purvis?
That's my only question on this. We've just been talking a lot about where downtown is, and I can't see any definition of downtown, so I'm really curious why it's such a contentious issue.
So, Mr. Grayson, with respect to your cap rate, you are relying on a suburban cap rate, right? If I'm looking even at the city's table, it's set out on page 7 or in your appendices. Are you relying on a suburban office cap?
No, we are looking at this as if it was a downtown B class.
A B class, okay, which CBRE is an 8, Cushman is an 8.5.
That's
Okay. And then you're also requesting that the city of Winnipeg's guidelines for a downtown, or if you will, city center vacancy rate be applied to this property also, correct?
correct.
Okay. So the city's cap rate being 7.8% is very close to CBRC. It exceeds the Collier rate. And it's almost at kind of that mid-range of Cushman and Wakefield then, right? But you just want a little bump to it.
Yeah, we think because it is in a less desirable area, any potential investor would need a bit more, bit higher rate of return, just with the increased crime and everything in that area, more so than a suburban property that would be on the outskirts of town kind of thing.
Okay, and you did have some crime statistics, sorry, on which page?
This was page 11.
Page 11, sorry, I just need to go there, back there again. And what type of crime? Oh, the red is the property crime.
Yes.
And why does it only start in January?
I think it's something they just started tracking more recently, would be my guess. I did notice the same thing as we were looking at these charts for other properties that we've represented, and they've all started more recently as well. So my guess is that it's something they started tracking more recently.
Or they're tracking it differently somehow.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me, anyway, that property crime just starts being tracked in January 2023. It makes you wonder what's going on with this chart. Okay, all right, I have no other questions, so thank you for that. Ms. Shavel, summation?
Yes. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence that determines the best conclusion of the market value. My opinion of market supported by lease comparables. It's already assessed at $7 per square foot. However, my comparable showed $14 per square foot. Agent like our low rent per square foot assessment $7, so he takes same without providing any market evidence. The subject property located in region number 3, North End, Logan, West Town. That's why we apply region number 3, suburban office vacancy of 6% to be consistent across all suburban office space before 4th floor building, less than 4th floor building. Agent every time look for vacancy region 4 city center. We have now 8 region define whole city of Winnipeg. So because these all 8 regions have different market behavior, they have different difference. By increasing vacancy from 6% to 1%, agent already underestimate market value of subject property. Moreover, he make a capitalization rate more low to 8%. So he already account for property by increasing vacancy from 6 to 13, and he won't increase capitalization rate as well. That bring to underestimate subject property. Based off our analysis, the April 1st, 2023 market value of 2025 assessed value of
Thank you very much.
one second.
Okay.
Of 849,000, it's fair. It should be confirmed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharples?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So it would be our position that there's a bit of a gray area for what would be considered downtown and what would be considered suburban. And so everything that has been classified as suburban has been assessed with a 6% vacancy rate, whereas the downtown properties are at 11%. There's no market regions within the suburban area that have any different vacancy rates. It's all just the 6%. And so we could end up in a situation where one property is just on the outside of downtown and has a 6% vacancy, and then another property across the street within downtown would be at 11%. And so it's our position that not all properties within this suburban area are comparable. And this one, we've shown some crime stats. It is in a worse area, and it's just not comparable to all the other suburban properties. We believe it is more similar to a downtown property, and that's why we've looked at the downtown vacancy capitalization rate. And from that, we would ask the board to consider this and consider reducing the value to 780,000. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes item number 3. Is there desire of anybody to take a short 10-minute break, or shall we continue with one more?
Let's take break.
Take a break.
Okay, so we will recess until 3:30. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We're now dealing with item number 4 on our agenda. That's 24-878. And Ms. Schabel, I believe you're requesting that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for this matter?
Correct.
Okay, so then I will get you to just introduce the property, the address, roll number, just that. And then please go right to your burden of proof argument, okay?
File number 24-878, roll number 1305 1530100. The property located at 500 Sargent Avenue. The assessor requests that the burden of proof be placed on applicant for not cooperation, section 53(3)(b) of the Municipal Assessment Act. If a reduction in assessment in order that it follows section 54, 3.2 of Municipal Assessment Act. We did, if you open page number 2, we did requested income expenses information for 2022 information years in April 13, 2023. On page number 10, we have tracking number for second letter, which we sent on June 9, with tracking number LP66115153CA. It was delivered by sent in June 9 and delivered June 12, signature available. On page number 11, more tracking number, more information about this delivery. And on page 12, presented first request we sent in April 13, 2003, first letter, following by paper to fill in on page 13 and 14. It should be delivered by us by May 4, 2023. On page number 15, we sent a second request on June 9, 2023. Same reference number LP66111553CA. Its information should be returned to us on page 16. If you look on the right columns, on June 30th, 2023, what pages we sent. We never receive information. That's why we asking to burden approved to be placed on applicant for not cooperation. If reduction in assessment in order that it follows section 54, 3.2 of Municipal Assessment Act.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Sharples, do you have any questions with respect to Ms. Shable's evidence?
Just one, thank you, Madam Chair. So it looks like on page 12, this was sent to 101-04-295 Manitoba Ltd. at 1282 Lee Boulevard. But on the last page, the Board of Revision form, we have the mailing address for this owner. It's 710 Dufferin Ave. Is it possible this was sent to the wrong address for the owner?
No, if you look on page 12 and page 15, two letters to same address. But on top, 1282 Lee Boulevard, and same on page 15, 1282 Lee Boulevard. This burden approved should be placed on the by municipal penalty by Municipal Assessment Act, because our model based on information provided to us by the owner. If it's not happened, it's our law to put penalty, because our model without this information cannot work.
Okay, but
That's why it's law now.
but so you're sure that 1282 Lee Boulevard is the correct address of this owner?
Correct. On same address we send taxes, all notice. It's what in our system. If owner change his address to deliver, usually they contact to us, and it's very well recorded. When contacting, which address should be delivered. It's up to owner provide new address for us.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitbread, do you have any questions?
I just want to go back to, did you use a different address, Mr. Sharples, when you were referencing that point you made?
No, it's same
Oh,
address.
no, question is for Mr. Sharples.
But
Sorry.
it's the evidence on Miss Shables right now.
Yes, but he used a different address, I thought.
Yeah, but he'll make his presentation in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
So just to confirm, Ms. Shable, it is the property owner's responsibility to make sure the city gets any address changes. I think I
Correct.
heard you. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Purvis?
Yes, just looking at page 23 of your submission. Not directly tied to this cooperation, but this is the assessment notice that was sent out by the city of Winnipeg.
Mhm,
And I'm noticing it was also sent to 1282 Lee Boulevard.
correct.
Okay, and then the next document is the application for revision form that was sent in. Well, but that document would have been sent in after they received the property assessment notice.
We asked before because it's a property assessment notice. If you look on
Yeah, that comes after your request, right?
yes, because we asked this in 2023.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at this, that this document was sent out to 1282 Lee. And then the next document, your page 24, that
Yes.
would have come after.
Yes, it's
the notice.
2024. Yes.
Okay,
It's
so
same
that
address, never
mail
changed.
appears to have gotten to him at that Lee Boulevard address.
Correct.
Okay, and the information you requested, has it come in? Like, did it arrive late or is it still not?
Been still not receive anything.
Nothing, so, okay,
Nothing.
that's all.
Thank you. So Ms. Shable, just to confirm, the 1282 Lee Boulevard address, is that what's showing at land titles for service for any documents?
Correct.
Okay, and your records indicate that there has been no request from the property owner to change the address, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. That's my questions. Mr. Sharples.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have any submissions on this. All I would say is the address we have is different than the one it was sent to. But yeah, it does appear that this form was not returned.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shable, do you have questions for the applicant?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread,
No, my question was answered. Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Purvis.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. The panel will now go in camera and make its decision with respect to the assessor's request to shift the burden of proof to the applicant. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. The panel had gone in camera to deliberate on the city's request that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for non-cooperation under section 53(3)(b) of the Municipal Assessment Act. The panel has granted the request. And so if a reduction in assessment is ordered, that it follows section 54, 3.2 of the Municipal Assessment Act. So what that means, Mr. Sharples, is the burden of proof shifts to you, and you will introduce the property and present your evidence first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for this one, I will begin at the beginning of our submission, with this being the case. So the roll number is 130-515-30100. It's located at 500 Sargent Ave. And the current assessment is for $870,000. On page 3, just a brief description. So the subject property is an office building Was constructed in 1969 and has a gross leasable area of 6,495 square feet. The current assessment amount is 870,000. We believe that to be too high and would request that the board consider reducing this to 695,000. Page 5, we just have a snippet from the online assessment tool. Not a ton of information here, just shows the address. It's located in Spence. It's an office property and on just over 8,000 square feet of land. And our request is on page 5. We are requesting a vacancy allowance of 18% and a capitalization rate of 7.75%. And that's how we've calculated our new value of 695,000. Pages 6 and 7, again, we just have the assessment map, satellite imaging, and some street view photos. And so once again, we've taken a look at the capitalization rate at the beginning of our analysis on page 8. And so again, this is another property that is in close proximity to downtown and we believe should be considered downtown Class B property. And so again, the third-party providers have reported capitalization rates from 6.25 to 8.5%. And again, just the Bank of Canada chart. So again, very similar to our other submissions on this docket. Then at the top of page 9, we've again calculated our requested value with the 7.75, which we do believe to be appropriate based off the third-party market reports, which again are found in the appendix of our submission here. So again, the property has been assessed at a vacancy rate. It's been assessed with 6%. We have a typo in here that it was 11. And yeah, we believe that this is not reflective of the area. And again, looking at the third-party reports, they're reporting downtown office vacancy to range from 14.9 to 18.7. And considering this, we do believe that an appropriate rate to use would be 18%. On page 10, we do have a note regarding the purchase price. This could get a little interesting because I noticed in the assessor submission they have the price listed as $650,000. We have it at $700,000. We had an email from the owner who indicated that he bought it for $700,000. So I'm not sure about the sale or where the $650,000 came from that the city has. We had it in an email that it was $700,000. Either way, both these numbers are below the current assessment value, and so that has factored in to our requested value. We're not requesting a value based on the sales price, but this value was for lower than the current assessment. We've also taken a look at some sales. So the assessment value was for $134 per square foot. We've identified the sales below that range from about $112 per square foot to $134. And from this, we get an average and median rate around $126.50 per square foot. So we do believe that the current assessment value for this property is too high and should be lower. And we've also taken a look at some leasing comparables. So I believe we did have these in another one of our submissions as well. We do believe that the leasing of similar properties supports a rental rate of $12. So we have used that $12 in calculating our requested value. Again, these are all in fairly close proximity to the subject. And so we believe that a $12 per square foot rental rate would be appropriate. And so using that $12 per square foot, we've used a vacancy of 18% and a capitalization rate of 7.75%. We would ask the board to take that into consideration, as well as the property purchase price from 2021. And we're requesting the board consider reducing the value to $695,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharples. Ms. Shable, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, please. You have not provide any evidence about your vacancy 18%.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Perhaps in the market reports, I'm scrolling through quickly. I don't see any off the top of my head, but I wasn't the one who put this together, so I'm not sure.
If your knowledge, this property owner occupied, full owner occupied or not?
I'm not entirely certain. I do believe it is, but I can't say with 100% certainty.
If it's owner occupied, it will be 0 vacancy, correct?
Yeah, it would be.
On your page 10, you showed that direct comparison approach showed $126 per square foot. If we multiply this number for 7,504 square feet of gross area, let's do calculation together. 7,504 square feet multiplied by your average $126.57. So assessment value should be 950,000, correct?
I haven't done the calculation myself. That could be correct. Ours was based off the leasable area that was provided for the income breakdown. So that would be the 6,495 square feet. So that's the area we've used for our calculation.
You're on page number 11. You applied $12 per square foot, correct?
For the rental rates?
Yes.
Yeah, we're requesting $12 a square foot.
And from all your comparables, would you agree that only 3 on Dover Court, Sargent, and Border at suburban offices comparables? Only. Rest is downtown, city center, correct?
Yeah, they're in the vicinity of downtown. Again, it's kind of unclear what downtown it would be considered specifically. But yeah, the bottom, whatever, 8 to 10 properties that is, are all closer to downtown, yes.
Your free comparable show between $11 and $13.50, and you choose 12. Regard to capitalization rate, you want 7.75%. Do you have any evidence to support this number?
Yeah, so once again, that would be the reports towards the end of our submission.
So no further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitbread,
No, I'm fine, thank you.
thank you. Mr. Purvis?
Just want to follow up on one of Ms. Scheibel's questions. So you don't know if it's like owner occupied or what the current vacancy rate is on this property? Like you don't know any of that?
I do believe it is an owner occupied property, but we've had a hard time getting a hold of this client, this property owner.
And you said, I'm looking, the city's got subject sales history of 2021. The city's listed at 650. You said your client said it was 700. Was the date correct? The city's got November 2nd, 2021.
Yeah, we had the date at, I believe it was, November 2nd, 2021. And yeah, it was just a really quick email we'd received from him, just kind of expressing his frustration. He said we bought it for 700K. It should be assessed as that. But we weren't able to verify it further.
Okay, and we don't know who he bought it from. Like, did he buy it from? Was it an arm's length transaction, or?
We're not sure. All he gave us was the price.
Okay. Do you know of any renovations that have been done to the property since 2021? Taking out any permits, or?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Thank you. With respect to the sale, did you look in the land titles office files for this sale?
We tried to. We had an issue logging into to land titles, and we weren't able to figure it out before needing to submit. So no, we haven't been able to verify.
Okay,
land titles.
thank you. Okay, I have no other questions. So on to you, Ms. Scheibel.
I should start with description of. Okay.
Yeah, Mr.
We
Grayson
access
has already,
2020.
excuse me, just a minute.
Sorry.
Mr. Grayson has already introduced the property to some extent. You can add to it for sure.
Mhm.
But we've already got the role on record, that sort of thing.
We assess 2025 years with reference date April 1st, 2023 at 870,000. According if we transfer this, divide this by gross floor area 7,504 square feet, it gives us $116 per square foot. That very well supported by agent evidence. The subject property built in 2069. Yes, we have rent into sale in 2021 for 650,000. But our reference date 2023, it should be, we know that each year price of property going up. The subject property located northwest side of the city. It's irregular shape of subject site. It's on page number 3. We can see it's a 2-floor building. We have more photo from rear area. We have from back lane. We can see garage door. It's that take a 2-floor building together. On page number 5, more location about subject property. It's located on Sargent after Balmoral Street. It's belong to C2 commercial. This district intend to accommodate more intensive commercial size. They do not have a local or neighborhood orientation. This district intend to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreational, and service facilities needed to support the surrounding neighborhood and broader community. On page number 6, we assess subject property like office space of 6,495 square feet at $11.55. Agent assess at $12. We apply 6% vacancy loss to be consistent with all similar type of property. We apply 3% of expenses, not recoverable expenses, shortfall It's $8 per square foot for vacant space. Our capitalization rate 7.5%. Nichols estimation 870,000. I presented a comparable, showed media $15 per square foot, the average $15.82. We apply $11.55. I guess that's it. So based on evidence in my report, we asking to confirm the 2025 assessed value of 870,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grayson, do you have questions for the assessor?
I guess just looking at the rental comparables on page 6, you'd agree that most of these are quite a bit newer than the subject.
Subject property bill in 1969. And we have only old comparable number 5 or 900 carried on. Agent used $12, we use $11.55. I guess it's not. It's less. We use for our estimation.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Purvis, do you have questions for the assessor?
Looking at your comparable number 6, 255 Sherbrooke.
It is comparable, it is a 2-floor building, they rent 12,000 at $14 per square foot.
Yeah, that one there. Who is the tenant there? Is it also owner occupied or?
No, it's not owner occupied, everything rent leases.
Okay. And your assessment's based on a rent per square foot on this, the subject property of $11.55?
Correct, overall, correct.
Okay, and that's lower than any of your comps.
Yes, and agent used $12 per square foot.
Okay.
So it's fair, it's already low range of rent.
Okay, I think you answered my next question when we were doing the non-cooperation portion of this. You haven't received any submissions or numbers from the applicant prior to it. Okay.
Still no information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread?
I have none, thank you.
Thank you, and I have no questions either. Mr. Sharples, would you like summation on this property?
Yes, please.
No, Mr. Sharples first. Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just quickly, we hadn't received an assessment notice from the owner, so we weren't able to get the assessed income breakdown. So that's why we had to identify the comparable leases to try to find a rate that we felt would be appropriate. And so our requested value is actually based on a rental rate that is higher than what has been assessed. And again, this is one of those properties that is very close to downtown. We do believe it should have a higher vacancy allowance than some of the other suburban properties that are further out. And we would just ask that, although there's some confusion around the sale price, we'd ask the board to consider that, whether it's 650,000 or 700,000. It is below the current assessment by quite a bit. We do believe that is an indicator that the current assessment is too high. And we would ask the board to consider reducing the value to 695,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shabo?
Our job here today to analyze the market evidence. It determines the best conclusion of market value. My opinion of market supported by my lease comparables, agent lease comparables, it's around $12 per square foot. According to agent, subject property owner occupied at 0 vacancy, but we still apply 6% for this type of building across the city to be consistent. 18%, it's look like completely empty building for us. If you put 25%, it's already empty building. When it's empty, 25%. 18%, it's already more or less half building empty. It's not, it's really undervalued the subject property. Our According to direct comparison approach by agent, his estimation showed over $126 per square foot. We assess $116 per square foot. It's much less that agent evidence showed. Based on this evidence, the analysis, April 1st, 2023 market value or 2025 assessed years should be confirmed at 870,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 4. Okay, item number 5 is file number 24-891. And before we begin, Mr. Sharples, you have confirmed that this assessment is with respect to the value of the property only, correct?
That is correct. Was
Okay.
received.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Shable, when you are ready, please.
File number 1214-891. Roll number is 12091070200. Property located at 616 Broadway. Owner is Art City Inc. We assess 2025 years at reference date April 1st, 2023 at $313,000. Classification institutional property has taxable school exemption. The subject property to office building, we have one-story building built original 1952, a land area of 2,453 square feet, with planned area of 1,989 square feet. Basement area is much lower, 1,028 square feet. We give us gross floor area 3,070 square feet. It's located at West Broadway. If you look on page number 2, it's located northwest of the four corners of the city. On page number 3, we have air photo facing Broadway, rectangle shape of property. More air photos on page number 3, Art City. On page number 4, it's a second building from the corner. You can see green coloring. So the subject property zoning C2 commercial. This district intends to accommodate more intensive commercial site that does not have a local or neighborhood orientation. This district is intended to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreational, and service facilities needed to support surrounding neighborhood and broader community. On page number 6, it's an office building. We assess 3,017 square feet at $7.86. We apply same 6% vacancy loss for all office building under 4-story suburban. We apply expenses 3%, not recoverable expenses, and $8 per square foot for vacant space to be consistent across the city. Our capitalization rate generated by model 6.45%, give us estimation of $313,000. I presented 6 comparables on Logan, Central, and comparable 4, 5 in 6 in West Broadway, similar to the subject property. They give us a median or average $9.44 and medium $8.70. We apply $7.86 per square foot, that it's fair and very well supported. Based on evidence presented in this report, the market value of April 1st, 2023 or 2025 assessment roll should be confirmed of $313,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharples, do you have questions for the assessor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on page 6, looking at the rent comparables. So comparable 4 at 255 Sherbrooke, comparable 6 at 395 Notre Dame. These have been classified as office properties, but in looking at the space type breakdown at the top of that page, there's no office space at the subject property. Is that correct?
We have office space in basement, because when you look on photo, we have entrance, it's office space. It's art school for kids.
Okay, so
And I presented warehouses in office space. For example, my comparable 1, 2, 3, it's warehouse space. On my office space, only comparable number 4 and 6 designated in our system. In only comparable number 4, 2-floor building, rest 1-floor building. Also old building between 1925 and 1981. So,
okay, and then so just looking at the storage comparables here. I mean, the first 3 are all closer to $7. You'd agree that these comparables are lower than the assessed storage rate of $9.98.
yes, but it should be a word adjustment for location because it's Logan and Essential. It's neighborhood 101, 102. My best comparable, same neighborhood, comparable 4 and 5 show between $9.95 and $14 per square foot.
Okay. And then I guess just on the capitalization rates. So the assessed cap rate is 6.45%. You'd agree that this is below the range for either suburban or downtown B class office properties from CBRE Cushman?
If you open page 8, suburban between 5.25 and 6.75, it's inside this range.
But not for CBRE and Cushman.
This property less as $500,000. Usually small properties has more people who can purchase, who can afford this type of building properties. That why bring capitalization rate much lower, smaller, but we still did apply 6.45%. It's fair.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitbread, any questions?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Purvis?
I don't think I have anything. You haven't inspected the property.
I used to live close. My
Okay.
girlfriend daughter went there for painting.
Okay, so you've been in it,
But I didn't work
not
yet.
recently. Yeah, not recently, but
No, not recently.
there's no reason to suspect it's improved since you
No,
poked your nose in.
that's why we did we have exemption for this property for school tax.
Okay. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. I have no questions either. Summation? Oh, no, not yet. Mr. Grayson, your presentation, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just begin on page 5 again. So here we have the assessed income breakdown versus our requested. So we are requesting vacancy of 11%, and then the capitalization rate of 8%. And from that, we've calculated a value of $241,000. Page 6, once again, we have the assessment map and the satellite map. And then on page 7, some photos of the subject property. So again, this is Art City, and this is a bit of a unique property in that unless someone was looking to run a daycare out of this or something, we think this would have to be renovated prior to being sold. Just with the neon colors and and everything going on, it kind of, I mean, that might dissuade some potential investors here. Moving on to page 8, again, so this is the similar capitalization rate thing that we've been looking at across this docket. So again, this property is very close to downtown. We have looked at the third-party market reports, and we have determined that an appropriate rate to use would be the 8%. We've kept this fairly consistent across the docket, but this is what we are requesting be considered. Once again, we have the chart with the interest rate changes and our new calculation with the parameters changed. So taking a look at the vacancy on page 9 again, this has been assessed as suburban office with a vacancy rate of 6%. We don't believe that this reflects the market conditions for downtown office properties. Again, the third-party reports for vacancy for downtown office are from 14.9 to 18.7. On page 10, once again, this is from the City of Winnipeg guidelines. So we have the suburban properties at 6%, and then the Office S downtown ones that we are looking at are at 11%. Page 11, once again, here's our map of the office and retail market regions. And then on the following page, we've zoomed in a little more again. So again, as noted at the top of the page here, the market region is inner city. The community is West Broadway 103. So we can see on the map here, it is just beside this yellow number 4 region. Excuse me. So this is what the office region is called city center. So again, this is inner city, city center, downtown. It's kind of unclear how this is differentiated. But again, given the proximity of this subject, it's just outside of downtown. We believe it to be more similar to a downtown property than to suburban. And it is for that reason that we're requesting the vacancy rate of 11%. So this is based on the City of Winnipeg guidelines. And again, the third-party providers do support a higher vacancy rate here. On page 13, we've identified a few sales here. Looks like they range in value from just over $82 a square foot to about $92 per square foot. The property assessment was at $104 per square foot. So we do believe that the current assessment is too high. And our requested value comes out to $80 per square foot, which we do believe aligns more closely with the sales. So to summarize, on page 14, again, this property is just outside of downtown. We do believe it is more comparable to a downtown property. And so from that, we are requesting that the downtown vacancy rate of 11% be used. And based on the third-party providers, we are requesting a capitalization rate of 8%. And with that, we would ask the board to consider reducing the assessment to our new calculated value of $241,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharples. Ms. Shavel, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, please. On your page 5, regard capitalization vacancy, it is a full owner-occupied building, correct?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you still want 11%?
Yeah, I mean, properties within that group within downtown are assessed at that rate of 11%, regardless of whether they're owner occupied or not. I don't think, to my knowledge, there's no there's no 0% vacancy allowance applied for owner occupied properties.
But you already agreed that downtown market and suburban market behave different.
Yes, I do believe
No
so.
other questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Purvis, questions for the applicant?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread?
I don't have any other, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shable, summation?
Yes, our job here today is to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of market value. My opinion of market supported by lease comparables. We apply rent less than $8 per square foot. We apply it's a full owner occupied building, but we still give 6% vacancy to be consistent across the city for this type of building. We apply same 3% not operation expenses to be consistent and $8 per square foot for vacant space. Our capitalization rate is 6.45%. It's outside, it's inside our range between 5.25 and 6.75. Usually this type of property, small, less than half million, showed capitalization rate lowest point 5.25 because more people can afford to buy this property. They bring capitalization rate much smaller. So based off my evidence, asking analyze April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property or 2025 assessed years, 313,000. It's fair and should be confirmed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharples?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but again, this is just the issue of city center versus inner city versus downtown. It's all kind of unclear, but it is right there by downtown, and we do believe that it is more comparable to downtown than to other suburban properties, and we do believe that downtown and suburban markets are different in this case, and this property should fall more on the downtown side. So we do request the board to consider reducing the value to $241,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 5. Okay, item number 6 on our agenda is file number 24-478, 900 Harrow Street East. Whenever you are ready, Ms. Shable.
So roll number 120-9780-4265, file number 24-478, location is 900 Harrow Street East. We assess 2025 years with reference date April 1st, 2023 at $6,042,000. The subject property office building, 2-floor office building, original built in 1997, with finished by 2000. We have land area 71,329 square feet, with planned area of improvements 15,979 square feet, 0 basement. Our gross floor area 26,694. But we assess leasable area 23,797. As a subject property has existing leases. Main floor lease rent roll show $20 per square foot. The second floor leases between $19 and $18 per square foot. It's net leases. On page number 3, the subject property located southwest, it's red dot on map of the city. It's a rectangle shape of, or irregular shape of parts side. More photo on page 4 and 5. It has 2-floor building. And C2 commercial. This district intend to accommodate more intensive commercial sites that do not have a local or neighborhood orientation. The district intend to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreational, and service facilities needed to support the surrounding neighborhood in broader community. On page number 6, more photo, we can see we have banking site, Assiniboine Credit Union. And more map on page number 6. It's located on corner Taylor and Pembina, facing Pembina between Harrow Street and Harrow Street, Harrow Street, and Harrow. Okay. I presented on page number 7, 13 comparables. They show that average for mean $22.07 and median $22 per square foot. My comparables, let's look at 2 comparables on Caridon, 1415 Caridon, built in 1992, 2-floor building, rent started 2021 at $25 or $25.25. We have comparables on Taylor, 3 comparables on 140 Taylor Avenue, built in 2000, 1530 Taylor, built in 2002, rent prior to reference date 2022-2023, area around 5,000 square feet, 5.7 thousand square feet, and $21 and 5.7 thousand square feet at $19.50. So we have another Taylor, 1355 Taylor Avenue, 300 it's third floor, 100 it's main floor, built in 2005, rent in 2022-2020 at $20 and 3.6 thousand square feet at $27.47. More comparables on Stafford. Comparables 8 and 9, building built in 1979, very old leases in 2015 at $25 per square foot, but it's a have to upward adjustment for 8 years at least. And my last comparables 11, 12, 13 on Caridon Avenue, 2 leases on main floor and 1 lease on second floor. One lease for 5,000 square feet at $21 per square foot, $21.50. Another lease and 1,300 square feet and $12.50. And on second floor, $22 per square foot. That gives us an average $22 per square foot. Let's open our market and home estimation on page number 8. We assess leasable area of 23,797 square feet at $18.49. We did apply the same 6% of vacancy loss to be consistent and fair across the city for this type of building. We did apply expenses $3 per square foot, 3% for not operating expenses, in shortfall $8 per square foot for vacant space to be consistent for this type of building, less than 4 floors. For capitalization rate, model generates 6.45%, that give an estimation of 6,042,000 2025 assessed value that I'm asking to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharples, questions for the assessor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just starting on page 7, the rental comparables. You didn't include the property type for any of these. Are these office leases or are there
Office
bank
leases.
ones? Okay, and so none of them are bank leases?
No, a bank lease is much higher. We have special designation for banks.
So how was the 3,109 square feet of bank space? How was that rental rate determined?
because usually banks much higher, but we still apply $22.61.
Okay. That can be all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitbread,
No, I have nothing, thank you.
thank you. Mr. Purvis?
Sorry, just to clarify, so there is a bank renting space?
Correct.
That's all.
Thank you. Ms. Shable, I do have a question about the vacancy that the model uses. In this case, the model is using a 6% vacancy, which I had understood to be the vacancy rate for the city center area or the downtown.
Downtown 11, what agent try to apply everywhere.
Okay. Can you explain that again? Because I'm not understanding. When I look-
Suburban, okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
suburban offices before under 4-story suburban offices, we apply 6% vacancy loss across the city.
Okay, so it's consistent across the city.
Yes, to be fair,
Okay.
It's
So,
full
and the-
occupied, not some vacancy, but 6%. It same like not operating expenses 3% and 8%, $8 per square foot for vacant space to
Okay.
keep alive. So it's
Okay.
to be consistent. That's why
Okay.
we have distinguished between downtown offices and suburban offices.
okay, so regardless of anything less than that, than 4 stories, regardless of where it is, gets the 6%.
Correct, to be consistent across the city. yes.
Citywide, okay,
Mhm.
I understand that, thank you. Okay, your subject property leases on page 2. Are you confirming that those are net rents?
It's net rent.
Net
They
rent.
rent main floor for $20 and second floor 12, 19 and $18 per square feet.
Okay, so when I look at the master rent roll, the line that I should be looking at for that net rent is the base rent line, is that correct?
Correct, base rent,
Okay. And it seems that there is some vacant space in this property,
3,000 square feet, correct.
okay. But you have just applied the model vacancy.
Correct, 6%.
Do you know how long that space has been vacant?
We can see its vacant size January 2022, just recently 3,000 vacant.
Okay, so then at the point of the reference year, it had been vacant for 1 year, just
Correct.
1 year.
That's why if it's can be full occupied, but every year we give 6% to account it's something happened actually.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. I have a question about the access. Where is the access to this property? Is it off Harrow Street East?
If
Or
you
where-
open page number 3,
3, yeah,
we can see it's connected to Pembina. We can access for Harrow Street East, that curve and go to Harrow Street. So it's point of access
okay,
from
so-
both sides of this triangle.
okay. Okay, thank you very much. I have no additional questions. Mr. Sharples.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So begin on page 5 again, since we've covered the property details and description and stuff. So we're requesting for this property vacancy allowance of 11.3%, capitalization rate of 7%, And from that, we've calculated a new value of $4,224,000. On page 6, we have the assessment map and satellite imaging, and then some street view photos again on page 7. So on page 8, looking at the capitalization rate. So this is a suburban property. The third-party providers like Colliers and Cushman, they've reported cap rates for suburban office properties ranging from 6 to 7.75%. And so we are from this requesting kind of in the middle at 7%. Once again, we have the interest rate chart from Bank of Canada. And on page 9 at the bottom, we start to get into our vacancy. So again, this has been assessed with a vacancy rate of 6%, which is the standard for all suburban properties in Winnipeg. And then the leading real estate companies have reported suburban office vacancy rates in Winnipeg from 10.8 to 11.3%. So this has formed the basis of our request of 11.3%. We also have included a snippet from the rent roll. As of December 2022, the property does have 9,273 square feet of vacant space. This amounts to a vacancy rate of 38.9%. And so we have this on page 80, just second last page of our document. We do have the vacant spaces outlined in here. So at the top, we have unit 100 is vacant. It had been vacant since the end of January in 2022. This is, you see on the far right side there, this is 6,164 square feet of space. So that is vacant. And then at the bottom, we have, this was what was mentioned earlier, at unit 200 has been vacant since the same time. This is the 3,109 square feet. This is the area of the bank space. We can just cross-reference with the space type breakdown provided in the city's submission. So that bank space is one of the vacancies. And so this property does have quite a bit of vacancy. So based on the actual performance of this, as well as the third party providers and their data, that's where we've derived our request of the 11.3. And moving back to page 10, we actually do touch on the access to this property. So there is the recent construction on the Pembina Highway that has resulted in the permanent closure of traffic that could go, if you're going northbound on Pembina, you could access that property from Harrow Street East, but because you can't turn there anymore, the subject is only accessible to cars on Harrow Street East already and the southbound Pembina Highway. So again, if you're coming north on Pembina Highway, we've kind of put the no turn image over there. You can't turn left. So if you're coming northbound on Pembina, you can't access this property. You'd have to do a U-turn or come in a different way. And so again, just the limited access to this property does make it a less attractive investment, and we do believe that this would impact the market value. On page 11, we've taken a look at some sales, and I do apologize. This isn't the cleanest table that we've put together, but we have identified 4 sales. They do range in value from $66 a square foot all the way up to $174 per square foot. So it is a pretty big difference there. But we do have the current assessment amount of or I guess I believe this is our requested value. Um, Yeah, you know what, it looks like this table was partially formatted. I'll maybe ask you to just disregard this section. It was, we don't have the subject property stuff in there. I think that sales table might be an error on our end. But moving on to page 12, we have taken a look at some comparable leasing. So we've looked at properties that are similar in terms of location and size. And these are ranging all the way from $9 a square foot to $17.25 per square foot. From this, we've gotten an average of $14.50 per square foot and a median of $15.25 per square foot. And the assessed blended rental rate here was $18.49 per square foot. So we do believe that this was too high. And we do believe that based on this, an appropriate rental rate to use would be $15 per square foot. And at the bottom of this page, we do have a map of the comparables. So the one at 3570 Portage is obviously kind of out west of the airport, not the closest comparable. Hopefully you guys have this in color, otherwise it'd be very, very difficult to make out. But 850 Pembina Highway is kind of blocking the icon for the subject property. So those two are very close. And that property, as we see in the table, 15,000 square feet at $15 a square foot. So we do believe that this is the closest comparable. The lease was for $15 a square foot. That, along with the other comparables, is how we've determined that rental rate of $15 per square foot. And so using that to calculate PGI, we have the vacancy allowance of 11.3%. This is on page 13. Sorry, I'm just summarizing briefly how we've broken this down, but the vacancy was determined using the third-party market data, as well as the property itself that has been struggling with higher vacancies as of late. And then we are requesting a capitalization rate of 7% as well, which we do believe to be supported by other data providers. And so we do ask the board consider reducing the value to $4,224,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shable, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, please. You want your vacancy 11.3%. It's middle between downtown, different type of property. How you came across this specific number? 11.3%. No any support evidence for it, yeah?
The 11.3 was based off the vacancy market reports from third-party market providers.
You did apply 7% capitalization rate. You consider it's downtown or suburban office?
This is suburban.
On your page 11, you provided a direct comparison approach for years built 1910, 1961, 1957. This property much older than subject property 2000 years, correct?
Yeah, that would be correct.
Would you agree that this old property will sell for less than new property?
Generally, yes.
And
I won't
when
get
you
much further, but
When you apply building area, we should apply gross floor area, correct?
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
When we estimate the price per square foot of sale price, we apply usually gross floor area.
We apply the area that has been provided to us on the income valuation breakdown. So I believe, yeah, all our calculations are using the leasable area. We are not given information on the gross floor area when we pull the assessment details.
So if it is old building sale more than 15 years older than subject property in suburban office usually 16 maximum 70 years, at least effective years can be used without any maintenance or repairs. Would you agree that your rent comparable should be a significant upward adjustment for sale price to compare it to the subject property?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, we would expect that the subject would still have a higher price per square foot than these comparables. If we were to adjust it based on the year of construction, that would be kind of tough to justify, in my opinion. It would be tough to differentiate. I mean, how would you adjust the one from 1957 and the one from 1961? I think that would just get kind of tricky. So, I mean, no, we haven't time adjusted any of our sales.
You're on page number 12, you provide leases over 10,000 square feet on Waverly 16,000 and Pembina 15,000, on Sony Pledge 14,000. Would you agree that a higher leasable area will be rent for less? That much smaller area like subject property, 1,000 square feet, 1,500 square feet.
Yeah, I guess maybe if you held all other factors constant, but I mean, at like a newer building, we could expect to have higher rental rates, and I mean, location, there's all kind of factors that could go into it, but yeah.
And you have comparables of subject property 900 Harrow East 2003. You showed $17.25. Units 2 or 3.
Yes.
I don't see it. But it was lease start in 2019 should be 4 years upward adjustment for time, correct?
Potentially. Yeah, I don't know how off the top of my head how rental rates have moved from 2019 to 2024. So
And you would agree that the
certainly.
subject property should rent $21, $19, $18 per square foot, much higher that you should like comparables to us.
I'm scrolling to where the rent roll was included, but yeah, I mean, we don't have any rental information for that space type. It looks like it was Ramcorp Medical Corporation, and yeah, it looks like they did renew the lease, or maybe it was a new lease in 2022, but we don't have the rental rate.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Purvis, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yeah, one second here. Let's scroll past. Looking at one of your comps for leases. Noticing you actually have one from this building. Is that an error
I don't. I'm not sure. I didn't put this together.
or
That
the
was
last comp is from 900 Arrow East. So
yeah, and it is the unit that's 970. So I'm just looking at page 17 of the assessor brief is where they have part of the rent roll here. yeah, it looks like there was either a new lease or renewal in 2022. We don't have the rental rate on there, but yeah, that's perhaps one that should be excluded.
And then 850 Pembina Highway, how old is that building? Do you know when it was built?
I don't off the top of my head.
And the space on the rent roll, sorry, I'm just trying to find where it was. It's the vacant space that was vacated by the bank or credit union.
I believe so. The 3,000.
The 3,100 and yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, we weren't sure just in looking at the rent roll, but once we've received the assessor submission here, they have on page 8 where they've done the space type breakdown here, we have the B1 banks and credit unions is the 3,109 square feet. So square feet lines up. It looks like that was the bank that vacated that space in early 2022.
I was gonna say, but that's just a recent vacancy.
Yeah, it was 2022, January 2022, I believe.
That's all my questions.
Thank you very much. I have no questions.
I
So-
do.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Did this building change hands in the last couple of years? Was it not an Assiniboine credit union priorly? 100% occupied by ACU?
Not to our knowledge, we don't have any information on purchase or sale.
Can I redirect that to Ms. Shable, Madam Chair?
Of course.
It was built like a mixed use bank and office space, because on corner of same Harrow Street, we have medical office.
Sorry,
So-
it was a mixed-use space,
Correct.
and who owned it?
It's on my page number 1, Likai Corporation.
Okay, so the owner has not changed then.
No,
Okay, but they
no
did,
recently sale posted for us
but they did lose a significant client a few years ago.
in 2002.
I'll come back to Mr. Sharples, that they lost a significant client. And could the vacancy, the 9,000, what did you say? 9,273 foot vacancy, could that be them just recouping clients for this space, Mr. Sharples, do you think? Or is this a,
Correct. That's why
no,
each year.
this is from Mr. Sharples.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sharples. Is this a long-term vacancy, or is it something they're just trying to recoup?
It's been vacant since January 2022.
Right,
It's been vacant since then, I believe. So, yeah, I'm assuming they're trying to lease it up, but
do you know if they're advertising at all?
not off the top of my head. I mean, I could try to pull it up.
I didn't notice anything in your evidence in terms of,
No, there's nothing in our submission about them marketing it for lease.
okay. Well, that's fine. No further questions.
Thank you. And as I indicated, I have no questions. So Ms. Shable, summation?
Yes, please. Our job here today to analyze the market evidence. It determines the best conclusion of market value. My opinion of market value is supported by at least comparables very similar to the subject property. Moreover, existing leases in the subject property on main floor $21 per square foot and second floor $18 per square foot, resigned in 2022, very well support our rent of overall $18.50 per square foot. We did apply a 6% vacancy to be consistent, same like 3% not recoverable expenses at $8 per square foot price for vacant space. In our capitalization rate, 6.45%, it's inside our range for suburban offices between 5.25 to 6.75. Based off my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property for 2025 assessed years is 6,042,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharples?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask that the board consider that this property is maybe not a very attractive investment to any potential investors right now. We did mention it is struggling with vacancy. It is 38.9% vacant. They did lose their bank tenant, 3,109 square feet there. The second biggest space, unit 100, they have 6,164 square feet is also vacant. So this property is kind of struggling, and that would impact any potential buyers and we think reduce its market value. And then we also have the issue with the access. So it's tougher to get to this property, as mentioned, and is shown on our page 10. If you're coming northbound on the Pembina Highway, you can't turn onto Harrow Street. You have to access it a different way. You can only get there if you're already on Harrow Street or coming southbound on Pembina Highway. And so just with all the vacancy and access concerns, we think this makes the property a less attractive investment, and therefore the value should be lower. And we're requesting the board consider $4,224,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 6. Okay, we will move to the final item on our agenda, which is file number 24-724. Ms. Schlegel.
Address of property 1345 Taylor Avenue, roll number 12097806575. We did assess 2025 years with reference day April 1st, 2023 at $5,531,000. The subject property is office building, 2-floor building, original built in 1999. Has land area of 48,015 square feet, plan area or improvements 11,048 square feet, 0 basement area. Our leasable area, gross area 22,096 square feet. The subject property was bought in 2019 for $7 million. We assess $5.5 million only. The subject property located southwest part of four corners of the city. It's a rectangle shape of size facing Taylor Avenue. More photo on page number 3 with plenty of parking spot. It's located facing Taylor Avenue, located between Waverly Street and Cambridge Street, and belong to zoning 2 commercial. This district intend to accommodate more intensive commercial site, so do not have a local of neighborhood orientation. This district intend to include attractive commercial, institutional, recreational, and service facilities needed to support the surrounding neighborhood and broader community. On page number 6, our subject property market estimation. We assessed 22,096 square feet at overall $18.10. I presented same set of comparable like of from previous property, 900 Harrow Street East, because they're very close to each other. Should I continue, or we can transfer this information about comparable to the subject property? I can continue. Okay, I have a comparable on Caridon, to the rent in 2021 between $25 and $25.25. I have comparable on Taylor, like subject property comparable 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The rent between 2018 to 2023 prior to reference date. From 2,000 to 6,000 per square foot, a range between $18 to $27.47. I have two comparables on Stafford. Building 9076, it's much older building, very old sale, rent 2015, so it should be upward adjustment for lease start date at $25 per square foot. And I have three comparables on Caridon, 1,100 Caridon, main and second floor between rent in 2022 to maximum $22 per square foot. So my mean $22.07, immediate $22. We assess at $18.10. It's fair and much lower what market. We apply same vacancy law 6% to be consistent with all suburban offices. We apply 3% not recoverable expenses, $8 per square foot for vacant space. In capitalization rate selected for this property 6.4%. That if you look on page number 8, it's inside our 16% of the property between 5.25 and 6.75, more closer to 6.75. It gives us estimation of based of my evidence analysis, April 1st, 2023, market value of subject property or 2025 assessed years at 5,531,000 should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharples, do you have questions for the assessor?
I do. Just one. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually towards the end, something that wasn't covered. I'm just looking at the actual income and expenses for the property on page 14. You would agree that just over the past 2 years, 2022 and 2021 here, that the income before the bank charges and interest is about over 100,000 below the assessed NOI?
For income producing property, we don't count any bank charges. But on page 14, I have income expense mailer provided for us. The rental around 600,000 plus 51,000 parking, and we assess only less as 400,000, so it's fair.
But the assessed NOI, like after including expenses, but without, like, I'm looking at 2/3 of the way down, income before the following, or 235,000 for 2022. That's quite a bit below the assessment, right?
We're looking for income revenue over 650,000 revenue for this property, and our revenue only 400,000.
Right.
Before we apply 6% of vacancy, it's only 375,000. So our rent of large range of revenue for this property.
Right, but that's only the potential income. Like when we look
Yes.
at the net
If you
income.
apply 6%, it will be effective gross income, 375,000.
Okay, but I'm looking at the net income. So when we including these other expenses, we have income before the following of 235,000 for 2022, and 262,000 for 2021. The assessment is 350,000. So like, would you agree?
Yes, but
the-
let's look on expenses first. If you go from bottom, property tax, okay, but payroll and benefits, it's already business. It's not property maintenance. It's payroll for whole people inside this building. Legal, okay, insurance, heat, ground maintenance. So, and this 150,000, its benefit should be added to this amount.
Okay.
That's why our net operating income 350,000. If you put this 115,000 up, plus to income before following, it shows that our assessment right. It cannot be lower.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitbread?
I have done, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Purvis?
I don't have, sorry, I don't have any questions.
No, I have no questions either. Thank you. Mr. Sharples, your presentation, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So once again, just take everyone to page 5 here. So again, on the left side, we have the current assessment. On the right, we have our request. So we are requesting a slight decrease to the potential income. We're looking for a vacancy allowance of 10.8% and then a capitalization rate of 7%. And so from all this, we've calculated a new value of $4,082,000. Once again, page 6, just the assessment and overhead map, and some street view photos on page 7. So this is, again, I'm sure we're all getting sick of seeing this, but the third-party providers for capitalization rates for suburban offices, they're reporting rates ranging from 6 to 7.75%. We do have, again, this chart on the bottom, and the third-party market reports are found again in the appendix of our document. And then page 9 is again just the new request based off this new capitalization rate and vacancy allowance. And so again, diving into the vacancy allowance at the bottom of page 9 here. So it has been assessed with the 6% that we've seen quite a bit. And again, these leading commercial real estate providers are indicating vacancy rates for suburban office properties ranging from 10.8 to 11.3. For this property, we've chosen a rate on the lower end of this one, just because we do have a newer year of construction. And so it's from that we've chosen vacancy allowance of 10.8%. On page 10, we've identified some comparable sales. And again, this table hasn't, the formatting is a little wonky here, but we do get sale prices ranging from $66 a square foot up to $174 per square foot, with an average and median closer to about 130. Again, we do understand that these are older properties to the subject. However, the current assessment for the subject property is at $250 per square foot. So this is quite a bit higher than these sales we've identified. And so based on that, we do believe that the assessment is too high and should be reduced. And then once again, as the formatting is a little bit off here, but at the bottom of page 10 / page 11, we've taken a look at the comparable leasing again. So again, we've looked at similar properties here. And we've got rental rates from $9 to 15.5. We got an average of about $14 per square foot and a median of $15.25. And again, the assessed blended rental rate here was $18.10. So we do believe that it is high based on these comparables. And then once again, we have a map showing the location of these comparables that we've used. So 3570 Portage is again pretty far away, but the other 4 comparables are pretty close. And so once again, we have 900 Harrow Street, and this was the property we just talked about, which was not in this table. Okay, so it is close in proximity. It looks like we might have just used the same map for both these submissions, but the subject property is right by those 2 blue dots there. So again, looking at 850 Pembina, we believe that to be a pretty good comparable. That's at $15 per square foot. And so based on that and the fact that the subject is a little bit newer, we've gone for the higher range of these values. That's why we've chosen to use the $15.50 per square foot. And so to summarize on page 12 again, we've used rental rate from our leasing comparables of $15.50 per square foot. And that gets us to a potential income of about $342,000. We're then requesting the vacancy allowance of 10.8% and the capitalization rate of 7%. And so from that, we have arrived at a new value of $4,082,000, and we would ask the board to consider reducing the value to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shable, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, please. On page number 5, we apply 10.8% vacancy, using again confusing downtown and suburban office. If previous you apply every time clean downtown office is 11%, how you came across 10.8%?
Yeah, these are from the third-party market providers. So this is, they reported suburban office vacancy ranging from 10.8 to 11.3. Because this is a newer property, we went to the lower end of that range.
Your page 10, let's open page 10, comparable sale. Would you agree that property and your property on Waverly, Edmonton and Portridge zone zoning M2, it's industrial zoning, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Would you agree that all property industrial area will be sale much lower than subject property and commercial C2 zoning? And
yeah, generally that could be the case, but there's all kinds of factors that could go into
yes.
it that could impact.
So your comparable 1, 2, 3 industrial zoning built 1910, 1961 should be significant upward adjustment to compare it to the subject property, correct?
Potentially, again, and without knowing all the factors that went into it, it's hard to say exactly, but yeah.
Your best comparable same zoning C2 commercial on Roblin, Charleswood, but this sale in 2018. This sale will be considered market evidence for 2023 assessed roll, correct?
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
Your sale in 2018 would be a good market evidence for previous roll assessment 2023.
Yeah, I mean, it could still be considered for both.
Yes.
I mean, obviously,
But it's need upward adjustment significant for time because each year's property going higher. It's 2019, 2023, it's 5 years upward, 5 years adjustment for sale price, correct?
Yeah,
On your page 11, you provided rent comparables for 5 comparables, Waverly, Pembina, on Portridge. All your comparables list start 2018-19. It would be represent market evidence for previous assessment 2023, correct?
yeah, I mean, it's,
So your rent should be upward adjustment significant for 2023 reference date, for 2025 assessment row, correct? So all your comparables should be upward adjustment.
well, potentially, I mean, if it's, I mean, maybe the first at 1,000 Waverly Street, maybe they're still paying 15.25, so I don't know if we should be adjusting these. I mean, yes, the lease was signed in 2018. They are slightly older. I mean, this is all we have access to. We don't, unfortunately, don't have as much access to information on rental rates and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, if these spaces are still paying these rents, I don't see why we would adjust them upwards.
Thank you.
Thank
No
you.
further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Purvis, do you have any questions?
Just wanted to touch base on the rent comparables. 1370 Sony Place. That's the Gendis offices, isn't it? Like, are you familiar with who the tenant is?
Yeah, it looks like it is.
So it's the owner. It's an owner occupied space at $9 a square foot.
Yeah, so I mean, again, it's tough to speculate without being the one who put this together, but where it says lease start they have is current, I'm assuming that would imply that it's a current listing. That's kind of how I would have assumed. I think maybe they're listing it for lease, or maybe it's just a portion of the building. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
And then this 3570 Portage. I mean, going back to some of our comments earlier with the downtown, this is a completely different suburban market, that Portage area versus this sort of.
Yeah, that one of Portage is quite a bit further from the subject.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitred?
I was just going to build on Mr. Purvis's question on, I think it's page 11, isn't it? The chart. Yeah, your comparables. If you remove that $9, that would increase your average to roughly around 15.25, would it not?
Yeah, somewhere around that.
So your mean would be about 15.25. Would that affect your rental rate then? In lieu of your taking your 14.05 and assessing a 15.50, would that change your rental rate in your mind? You had that out of there?
No, just because this was a newer property, we did choose the rental rate at the upper range of our comparables. So I mean, the ones at Waverly and Portage were both at 15.50, so we took that number. But yeah, I mean, our average, if we remove that one, would still be below the request, because we do acknowledge that the subject is newer.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. And I have no questions. Ms. Shable, would you care for summation?
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence to determine the best conclusion of market value. The subject, my opinion of market supported by lease comparables that very similar to the subject property. The agent has relied on number of leases comparables that very signed well in advance of reference date without making adjustment for the inflationary effect of time between the lease start date and reference date. He has underestimated the market rent of the subject property. The subject property current sale in 2019 showed 7 million. We assessed property at 5.5 million. So our assessment is fair. So our 2025 assessed value of 5,531,000 should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharples?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just briefly in summary, we do believe that there is support from trusted third-party market data providers such as Colliers, Cushman, and CBRE, and they are reporting capitalization rates that are slightly higher than what has been assessed, and the vacancy for suburban offices we're seeing it appears to be almost double the 6% that has been assessed. We had identified some sales; they were all older, but they all sold for significantly less than the current assessment value. Current assessment was at $250 per square foot. And I mean, some of these sales should be closer to 150 based on some of these. And so we do believe there is market support for the value that we're requesting. And we would ask the board to consider reducing the assessment to $4,082,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have now heard all the items scheduled and this hearing is now adjourned. So thank you very much, Mr. Sharples and Ms. Schabel, for your presentations today.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank you,
very
everyone.
much. Have a
Have a great day.
Have a good evening.
Bye.